Alright. Hello, chat. I'm not late. I don't know what you mean. What could you ever possibly mean? This music doesn't loop very well. It has like a little stutter when it tries to loop. Hello. We're back? Okay. I'll explain why I'm late in a minute. Because there is a reason today. And it's a good reason. But here we go with one of these, Cole is probably biting off way more than he can chew kind of series. 100% in every Armored Core game. There's a lot of them. Like, a lot of them. So it's kind of like I'm being realistic where I don't expect that, at least in a timely manner, I will be able to get this done, but I aspire to, and I'm going to make an attempt. Sorry, I had to take a sip. My throat is so dry. Okay. Here, let me kill the artificial music and boot up a game from the greatest video game console of all time. We all know it's true. It is the PlayStation 1. It's emulated. But, best console of all time. How's the volume? Because holy shit, that's loud. Don't even answer that. I probably already know the answer to that. I mean, do answer that, but I probably already know. Let's see. I haven't played Gen 1 Armored Core. So they're all very similar. The first three, the Generation 1 games. Hello, Nameless King, and Sticky, and Jess. Though. Sorry, I'm very sidetracked. I haven't played a Gen 1 game since... Are you sure that volume is good? That is not... Okay. Hold on now. Once I get the answer to this question... Holy shit. Since July! I haven't played a Gen 1 game since July. I actually never used this little, like, in-emulator menu on DuckStation. That's still loud. I'm gonna put it at 50. And it's now your job to tell me if it's too quiet. Because 70 even sounded loud. This sounds loud! To me, I can turn my headphones down as long as it's fine on stream. But holy shit. The game isn't drowning you out at all? If you say it's not, then it's not, and I'm leaving it. I forgot that this game actually has a pretty nice, FMV intro. Or not FMV, CG intro. My brain is not ready for this. So the volume's good? It's loud as... Thank you. Let's go 35. 35. Tell me now. How is this? But hello, positive guy as well. We are in for some gaming. Because Armored Core 1, I did not get to enjoy to the fullest that I probably could have, because I was trying to just figure out how this shit worked while I was playing it. Like, I kind of got thrown to the wolves on this one, and there was a lot going on early on in the series. So, like, AC1 and even I would say a good amount of Project Phantasma I did not really get to fully enjoy as I should have. Just because I was trying to even get to grips with especially the controls, which we'll see how that goes today. Because I did adjust to the controls really well after a good amount of time with the early gen games, but now, like, it's been like a month since I played a game with these controls, so we'll see. I might have lost it. Ahem. This is the only test that we give people who want to become a Raven. You must battle against the opponent AC and survive. If you survive, you will be considered a Raven. That is all. Good luck. The AC6? AC6 is very good. Also, just while I'm here, I read it word for word. This fight says you gotta fight the opponent AC and survive. I am assuming it's a translation problem because it's not an AC at all in this opening fight. This is actually, I love it.
System engaged.
How's that volume, chat? Oh no, I lost it. Okay, wait, give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll learn again. I will learn again. Oh god, maybe I won't. Oh, I lost my ability to control the early gens. Ah! It's going great. It'll take me like an hour to readjust, right? Hello, come on. My day is good. Oh yeah, chat, I was late. Because this stream needed way more prep time than usual because I had to set up Duck Station on the new controller. And, on the new controller, on the new PC, sorry. And I had to, like, move my game files.
From this moment on, you are a Raven.
Is the volume fine on stream? Because my ears are still getting blown out. Yeah, I had to set up, like, the emulator and move the game files over and, like, everything right before stream for, like, setup. And, I was recording for the next video, and by that I mean I was playing a different Armored Core game. And I got a little sidetracked by what I was doing, and I didn't realize what time it was. But it's okay, because Sunday streams aren't an official regular thing for me anymore. This is like a bonus stream for the week. And it was video work. So for me, it's fine. This OST. Yeah, I tried to set up the widescreen patch. It clearly did not work. And I don't know if I want to take the time to do it now. I kind of don't want to spend a lot of time, like, messing with the emulator stuff. Everything else is working great, so I'm kind of down to leave it. In AC5, you're like an upgraded MT. Wait, what? Alright, Jess, we'll see you around. Let's start with the garage. If we're gonna start anywhere, there she is. There is the build. The default Gen 1 AC. I don't know for this if I'm gonna port save files or not. Or, sorry, convert save files or not. Haven't decided. What is this game? Mech game. It's a PS1 mech game. I've been doing a series on the channel of videos reviewing every single game in the series that we're pretty far through, because there's a lot of them. We're very far into it now. And I had this idea in the back of my head for a bit, as like, we'll see if people like the AC6 streams pretty much, was what I was thinking with whether or not I would actually do this. And people really liked the AC6 streams. You have a PS1? I do. I'm not recording off of it. I'm using DuckStation, which is an amazing PS1 emulator. Amazing. If you're planning to add the PSP versions, not as their own separate playthroughs, no. But I am including Ninebreaker and Formula Front. So it is 1 out of 16 anyway. Although Formula Front, I do know what comes after, like, just completing Formula Front. It just gives you a shit ton of potential opponents to fight. I'm not gonna think about that. That's like game 10. That's not even a thought in my mind. I don't even know why I'm looking at the shop. In all honesty, I have 0 credits. I'm looking to, like, refresh what's here. But, hold on, I just realized that there is something in OBS that I should turn off. There we go. That might have looked wonky on the first opening bit. My bad. Put Formula Front last. I'm doing release order if I... Like I said at the beginning, my plan is to do every game. I realize that I might be biting off more than I can chew. So, if I get that far, I think I'm planning on doing release order. I never really played with arm weapons much in Gen 1. I tried them a couple times, but I was really, really bad, especially playing AC1. So I did not come back to the arm weapons. For people picking up the series for the first time with AC6 recently, here's something that they didn't bring back that they should have. Arm weapons. Why are they gone? I don't know. But they are. These just replace your arms. And they have guns attached. And some of them are kind of sweet. Like, where is it? Even just, like, in terms of style, like this. It's just energy cannons for arms. And they can look really, really cool. But typically they don't have a whole lot of ammo, which is why I didn't mess with them much. Especially in Gen 1. And even beyond that, I still don't use them much. Still, I'm in, like, Gen 3.5 right now. I'm doing Last Raven right now. Formula Front video is not up yet. It's going up tomorrow. But it's done, and I'm working on Last Raven already, as of this morning. Oh, I don't know. Okay. I can talk about what build I might try to do while I'm in the next mission. Because I could sit here and look at the shop for like 10 minutes. Or I could just start that thinking process. Oh my god, man. This thing. This MG500... This bitch carried me through, like, probably half my playtime of all of Gen 1 for the review series. This thing. It's not that heavy. It's got a lot of ammo. Decent damage output. This thing, that was my godsend for, like, the majority of the time. Golden Shoddy. Man. I love how I say that I'm not gonna sit here and just look at the shop for 10 minutes, but I might. I'm letting the ideas flow. Oh! That's right, in Gen 1, the laser blades are just in the arm weapon category. It's just one menu. I got confused when I saw this for a second. Yeah, it's been a minute. As in, ever since the Master of Arena video. So... Okay. I don't remember how the ranking worked here. Okay, it's a point system. But it only shows top 10. Okay. Code Remaster. I'm really looking forward to AC6 DLC. In terms of, like, customization, I would love if we just got, like... Just give us one pair of hover legs. Pair? Is pair even the right word? Just give us one thing of hovers. I know that the quad legs have the hover function now. I don't care. give me actual, like, the hover legs are cool. Even if the purpose is already served somewhere else, doesn't matter. Just give me the hovers. Oh! You know what I did not think about ahead of time? Human Plus. Here's the thing, chat. I like these games. I do. I like them a good bit, clearly. Okay. Here's the thing with Human Plus, right? I'm not good enough at these games, probably, to just, like, steamroll through 100%. Especially, if there's a patch for it, I'm not aware of it. But Gen 1 Armored Core is locked at 24 frames per second. It does not make things very easy on me. Does not help my case. Have you seen Zuli the Witch's video on how tall ACs are? And how big the ice worms are? No. Do I want to know how big the worm is? At least 2 more Tetra legs. Yeah, I think 6 gameplay-wise, I love it. I was very, very pleased with 6. But just some of, like, the AC stuff, I'm like, arm weapons and hover legs. Those are my 2 things. You give me those back in, like, an expansion or DLC, and I will be happy. I will shut my mouth. I did not plan around Human Plus at all, and I should have. Hold on. Welcome to the Raven's Nest. We at the Raven's Nest use the net to provide various types of support to those who have become Ravens. In addition to relaying missions, we mainly provide AC repair services, supply ammo, sell new AC parts, etc. We also occasionally use email to relay information regarding the missions that you have accepted. The Nest never interferes with the mission requesters, or with the individual Ravens. Even if you have trouble with the mission requesters, the Nest cannot get involved. Be aware of this. Oh, by the way, call me R. I will be your contact at the Nest. Whether our association will be long or short depends entirely on your skill. I'll be in touch. This is wild to start up AC1 again, because I have played it one time, to answer Hamad's question. For people who don't know the review series, I've played this game once. Like, the whole premise of the review series is me playing through the games for the first time. The review series is ongoing. Like I just said, Formula Front video is going up tomorrow, and I'm currently, I think, like, halfway through a playthrough of Last Raven, in terms of, like, working on the video for the week after that. I have not touched Gen 4 or 5 whatsoever yet. I did play 6 on stream because it was new, and because, like, every video on my channel for the last 2 months has been Armored Core, so I jumped ahead and I played 6 on stream. And I loved it. I did really, really enjoy 6. Not to spoil that video for November, but watching it all, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just... Do I want to go with a biped? Really, the first thing I need to think is just legs, right? Do I want to go biped, reverse joint, quads, tank? I was gonna say hover, but that's not a thing yet. From what I remember, I think AC1, the story does change a little bit, like, throughout your run, but not in the sense where you can get different endings in this game. It's one ending, like, you always get the 9-ball fight at the end, but, like, the missions leading up to the final mission will be different. I honestly don't even remember which path I went down. What I remember is that I ended up siding with, like, one corporation really heavily, and another one I destroyed by the end. And then, yeah. I think I sided with Murakumo? Wait, before I get into a mission, I need to think Human Plus. I am woefully unprepared for this. The more that I sit here and think, the more I'm like, well, shit, I should have thought of that before. Yeah, Master of Arena is definitely my favorite of the PS1 games. Like, not even close. Okay, Human Plus. How many times do I have to loop into it to get all of the upgrades in Gen 1? Was it 6? Or was it 8? No. I think that Gen 2 was like 8 or 9. Because I did go full Human Plus for Armored Core 2, but not for Another Age. Thinking is overrated. The thing with Human Plus... Okay, yeah, if you're new with AC6, Human Plus doesn't exist. When you get it, it's an enhancement to you. Like, it's a permanent upgrade sort of thing, where you get things like your boosters only use half as much energy. Or your radar becomes permanent and, like, the size of it doubles. Like, shit like that. And it's really useful to have. Oh, being able to fire shoulder-mounted weapons, like cannons and stuff, without stopping. Like, you can keep continuously moving and fire. Really good shit. Really good. But every time that you loop into Human Plus, you start the game from the beginning again. Which is why I'm sitting here and going, maybe I should just do it now, but I don't know if I really want to. Ain't a cheat if it helps you improve. I don't think it's a cheat in general. Just in core gameplay design. But I know that the community for AC is kind of split on that among, like, the older gen players. Okay. So I think I'm gonna do it. I think it is just like, I'm probably gonna want it by the end of the game. Hold on. Do I even... But the way that you get it for newer players, you have to go 50k into debt to get it. So, what that means is getting Human Plus fully stacked up is going to mean that the next, like, 20 minutes or so is just going to be me running in, failing mission, repeat, until I finally have, like, all the Human Plus buffs. So it's kind of boring, but it's something that I should probably do at the beginning, just to set myself up, make it easier on myself. I'm gonna read this email still. Alright. From the Zam City Guard. You are to eliminate a group of illegal squatters at an abandoned factory on the east side of the city. They profess to be radicals opposed to area redevelopment. However, the planners have already reached an agreement with the citizens in question, so these are merely outlaws who want an excuse to run amok. Get an insane debt? Would it be faster than just failing everything else? Like, along the way? They're still citizens, so from the standpoint of the guard, we cannot use force. If they are left as is, there's a risk of affecting the progress of the plan. Some trash at using missiles. There's no need for restraint. We want you to firmly teach them the rules of society. Old factory. Yeah. I don't know if I even want to, like, read those until I'm, like, actually gonna start playing for real. I might just skip through, like, the requests until I have...
engaged.
It's weird because the volume is mostly good, and then one random thing comes in and is really loud. Oh man, the old school controls. Take my life. Alright. This is probably not the most efficient way to die on this mission, but I can just talk to chat while we do this anyway. Mission-based open world structure where you can approach a mission on different sides. Don't have repair kits, but can call in resupply. That would actually be really sweet. Like an open world approach to AC. I think it could work. I like AC's missions for what they are. I like them being like little bite-sized, you just go in and you do the thing, and then you're done. I like the variety that can bring. But I feel like if you had said open world Souls game to me before Elden Ring, I would have laughed at you. But I've seen how they were able to, like, pretty much take that formula and do it, honestly, about as well as they could have. Like, you really couldn't have nailed it much better than they did. Why does he just randomly take a spin? We are back to bunny hopping. Not that I have stopped yet. Being in the middle of Last Raven. Granted, it's less just like always bunny hop, and it's more like, you know, there are moments where I want to. There's moments where I need to do a little more like actual flying, but speaking of Last Raven, what I liked with the AC6 stuff was having a little bit of like behind the scenes while I'm working on the videos. And, you know, people have been commenting for months on the review series about like, oh boy, can't wait for Last Raven. Or just warning me about how difficult Last Raven would be. Especially because last week's video was Ninebreaker. I had so many comments that were like, because my title was Ninebreaker has no reason to exist. It was an exaggerative title, but not entirely wrong either. But people were like, oh, it has a reason to exist. It trains you for Last Raven. And I was like, sure, but I don't really feel...
Unit destroyed. Combat halted.
I don't really feel like I got better from playing Ninebreaker. And that's true. I don't feel like I got better at AC from playing that game, in all honesty. But, Jesus Christ. Okay, rewind. Last Raven had a good start for me. I played through many missions where I was kind of just like, I don't know, man. This seems... Oh, it's the same one. Okay, I gotta find something faster than that. There's got... Oh, I should have thought of... Yeah, I should have thought of firing off my ammo, too. Sorry, it's been a while since I did this. Literally since, like, AC2. The last time I would have done this, it was, like, late July.
Engaged.
Yeah, ammo cost. I should have thought of that. I'm gonna try to find a spot with 2 enemies if I can. There's gotta be a spot like that, right? Oh yeah, there is. Okay, there's 2 on my radar right now. If I could aggro both of them. I hear the one on my left. Come on, boys. What if I just look at the ground? Yeah, I should have thought of the ammo thing. Until you said it, I completely forgot to do that. Sorry, yeah, Last Raven had a great start. Like, I honestly... So Last Raven has, like, the countdown thing, right? Where the game starts and it says, like, 24 hours until this. And then after every single mission, it says how many hours are left. So, like, I actually have a good idea of where I am in my first playthrough, like, progression-wise. I got, like, halfway through the game without really even failing that many missions. Like, I might have failed, like, 2. And I was like, man, people really played this up. Like, that's kind of crazy. This game isn't really that hard.
AC unit destroyed.
And then I got to this one mission this morning. This happened literally, like, within the last 3 hours. I got to this one mission. I spent 2 hours trying to clear this mission. And I'm not like, I actually have 2 hours of footage of me just playing the same mission on repeat. I had like 4 different builds. I tried so many different things. I had this mission memorized by the end of it. Like, I knew exactly what every room had before I even stepped in. I got my ass handed to me every single time. It was because it was this mission that was kind of bullshit, just kind of like FromSoft stuff where it's like cute bullshit, right? Where it's like, oh, haha, we have this really narrow hallway that literally you can't even, like, step left or right in, and we have an enemy that just bum rushes you with a flamethrower and lights you on fire. Isn't that funny? And it's like, oh yeah, that's funny. But then it's not funny anymore when at the end of the mission I have to fight an AC after, like, losing all my AP throughout the mission to that shit. And then, that wasn't even it. After, like, 3 or 4 tries, I kill that AC, and I leave the place, and then I get outside, and there's another boss. So I get outside with, like, I don't know, 800 AP and like no ammo, and there's another boss. I'm just like, are you shitting me? And so now I think I understand why I got so many warnings about that game. Because, why? If that mission is gonna be like the rest of the campaign, I am not ready. Although I do have a really good build now because of that mission. First pulverizer, it was the first pulverizer. He knows it.
AC unit.
Ugh, that mission
Combat
was
halted.
something, man. AC is just armored core. So like all the, like my mech is called an armored core, but no one wants to say armored core every time. So it's an AC. Only Last Raven could make that kind of impression. It was like halfway through the game. Like my ego got like inflated where I was just like, man, I've got all these like people who have been playing the game for 20 years and you know, they're telling me that this shit's gonna be so hard and I'm not ready. And then I pretty much just steamroll the game like this game's easy. But no, then halfway through, I just hit this wall all of a sudden out of nowhere. And I just immediately went, what
System
the
engaged.
fuck? I was so unprepared.
We've cornered the enemy as expected. We'll leave the rest up to you.
Hold on, if I blow up the crate, can I don't think that damaged me. I'm not sure though. Oh wait, there's another enemy further up. Here we go. Yeah, welcome to man tries to get human plus before, you know, spending another 10, 15 hours playing this game afterwards. I'm just doing it now so I don't have to do it later and have all that wasted time. The great PPP, Pile Bunker, Penetrator, Pulverizer. God, the Pile Bunker is a beautiful weapon. Fantastic weapon. I love that thing so much.
AC unit
Not only is
destroyed.
it like one of the
Combat
better
halted.
melee weapons in AC6, but it's probably, at least for me, like the single most satisfying one. Like there's nothing like staggering your enemy and then just switching to the Pile Bunker and boom, like just the feedback from hitting them with it. Oh, it might be one of my favorite weapons like in the series so far. What was the mission that you can get the det really quickly on? Actually, that'll work. As long as I die and shoot off like 80 rounds. I remember this one really well, weirdly. Feels good to hear the old sound effects again. Yeah, it's weirdly nostalgic for me.
System
Having
engaged.
played it only once, and that one time being...
The truck's load
Oh.
is poison gas. Avoid hitting
Sorry,
gas canisters if you find
Duck
them.
Station apparently has already like defaulted my thumbstick to behave as the D-pad for this game. Because I, out of habit, like went and hit my thumbstick to move forward and it went forward. Which is a good thing. Because I have a third-party controller that's pretty much like modeled off of like an Xbox Series controller that I swapped to recently. And boy, let me tell you, do these Xbox controllers have like the worst D-pad known to man? Like, what is that bullshit? What is that? I considered pulling out the PS5 controller for this, just for this stream. I was like, man, I'm probably gonna want that thing. Because this D-pad is terrible. I might be able to use the thumbstick. It'll feel weird more than anything, even if I do use it. Just because it'll only have the cardinal directions, so trying to like, it probably won't feel good. The trailer sold it. I actually didn't watch. There were a couple of AC6 trailers I missed, and I don't think that I saw... Oh wait, no, the Pile Bunker was in like the first reveal trailer. I remember
AC
that.
unit destroyed.
Don't let
Combat
Ryan hear you
halted.
talking shit about his D-pad. He's heard me. I hate the Xbox D-pads so much. As someone who does enjoy playing games on... Or, who does enjoy playing PS1 games where, like, the thumbstick wasn't a thing yet, so you
the subject for our next
you play with the
experiment?
D-pad?
Yes. His
God, I hate
papers
this
said
D-pad.
He was a raven. Ah,
Explosion
so he took
tape.
the usual route here. Seems to have piled up quite a debt. Must have dashed his
Nah.
dreams. But he will be reborn in this
Is there
experience.
That is, if he lives.
You have a point there. Let's get started.
Is there like a thing where I can see what each loop of Human Plus gets me? Nope, the Armored Core wiki doesn't have it. Because I want to know what I got from that one. Oh, here we go, Human Plus. Wait. Armored Core 1 has 8 loops of Human Plus? Oh, wait, no. Wait, yes, it does. God damn it. We gonna be here. Okay. You know what we got for that, chat? Our first loop of Human Plus has earned us, and I quote, long-range grid radar, with or without radar equipped to head or back. So I got
System
perma
engaged.
radar. Woo! There it is, the grid radar. It's true. Hold on, let me see with the thumbstick. Actually, oh, okay, yeah, it's got, oh. If you hit, like, right in the, oh, if you kind of, like, try to hold it in the diagonal, it has a tendency to just not input anything. So yeah, I think I'll just stick to the D-pad. It's probably better if I do. I very well might switch to my PS5 controller, because that D-pad's infinitely better. Yeah, Last Raven explosion damage. Good lord above, why? Oh. The first few times through that when I was trying to, like, save my ammo for the fight at the end, I was using my laser blade to, like, kill literally everything. And I realized way too late that every time I was, like, standing up against an enemy in a doorway or a hallway while it exploded,
AC
it was
unit
damaging me.
destroyed. Combat halted.
Why? I feel like Last Raven was where FromSoft really just went, yeah, we're just gonna make this game rough. New mail, who needs it? What was the mission again? Does anyone... It wasn't this one, was it? Oh, wait! Oh, I used this... Hold on, I recognize the picture. I used this one to farm Human Plus. My review series watchers will remember
System engaged.
how my Human Plus experience was with the first couple games. I did not use it at all in AC1. I did not use it at all in Project Phantasma. But I did for Master of Arena. I still started a new save file, but I started up like a fresh AC1, and I farmed Human Plus up, and then I just ported that over. So it was like, you know, 0 credit, 0 parts save file, but it had Human Plus. Because I was like, this is the last Gen 1 game. I want to do it with the thing that I haven't tried yet. And I used this mission a lot.
Combat halted.
Because that one, yeah, that one's really easy to just run straight forward from where you start, shoot at the ground, and like, boom. About 10k off. It's worker robot removal. So it's early, right? Human Plus isn't needed for 100% for like Gen 1 and 2. But it'll make it a lot easier. You said it's the 5th one? I'm assuming one of these has to disappear for that one to pop up. But if it goes from like 5 missions per Human Plus loop down to 4, that'll save us some time over
System
7 more
engaged.
loops. Yeah, I kind of forgot that this was going to be a thing. If I had thought about doing Human Plus, I probably would have, like, done it before the stream. Off stream, I would have just let the game run pretty much and done it in the background while I worked on something else. But I completely failed to even think about it beforehand. Oh, you need to complete some?
AC unit destroyed. Combat halted.
I mean, I could do that. Or just, after enough time, these, or, yeah, like, the first couple should be gone at this point. Oh, chat. Okay, I'm seeing... I opened a YouTube notification because brain rot on my phone. Yeah, it looks like you do have to actually complete a mission or two, potentially. This one gets the job done pretty easy. But next time I'll probably try that. That mission's a good debt farm anyway. It definitely, this one goes pretty quick. The question of the day. What Nintendo system had the best games? Look. I'm seeing comments, right? People saying, where's the Game Boy? Where's the Wii? And I can understand that. But everyone knows that the right answer is the GameCube. Literally every single person knows that the objective correct answer to that question is that it is the GameCube. You had so many first-party Nintendo bangers, but also like third-party titles that Nintendo bought like exclusivity rights to.
Combat halted.
As a lifelong Resident Evil fan, Nintendo made a deal with Capcom specific to the GameCube. If you don't know your lore from back in the early 2000s, where games like the Resident Evil remake and the original RE4 and I believe RE0, yeah, RE0 as well, were all exclusive to the GameCube, at least at launch. They would all get ported to a ton of systems after that. Oil Factory's still there, why would I not do it? But like, even just RE, those, I mean, I don't like Zero very much, but like the RE1 remake is one of my favorite games
System
of all
engaged.
time. And RE4, I think, is slightly overhyped, but still, I would say one of the best games of all time, design-wise and stuff. Like, me personally, I don't enjoy RE4 as a lot of people do, but goddamn is that a well-made game. And then even just Nintendo stuff, right? You had, like, Metroid Prime, you had Luigi's Mansion, Smash Melee. Come on now. Come on. How could it not be the GameCube? The Wii had some bangers. One of the comments specifically was, where is the Wii? The Wii had some bangers. You know, it had, what were great games on the Wii? Like, great first-party Nintendo games. There was one that came, oh, Mario Galaxy. Mario Galaxy is a big one, actually.
Is this the subject for our next experiment?
Yes.
Armored
His
Core
papers
1.
say he was a rapist.
Fastest
So he
human
took the
plus
usual
farm.
procedure.
Seems to have piled up quite
What's
a
the
bit.
fast method?
Must have dashed his dreams. But he will be reborn in this experiment.
That is, if he lives.
I'm seeing a video.
point then.
Unfortunately, no
Let's
text
get started.
guides. Why is that video 30 minutes? Why is that video 30 minutes? Hold on. Alright, let's see the method. He goes for the bridge, and he actually completes it. I'm skipping through quickly. He buys a bunch of shit in the shop, and then he intentionally fails. Wait, what? Oh! He buys a chain gun from the shop, and then goes into the first mission that I've been doing, and gets killed while spraying the chain gun at the ceiling, and he gets like minus 28k. Alright, hold on. So eliminate strikers is the bridge mission. Yes. Workers in the Avalon Valley development area, demonstrating for better working conditions, have taken over the Doan Bridge. They've erected a barricade on the bridge and completely halted traffic. There's no sign of their giving in to the guards. Persistent demanding to see the HQ. We told them that we have no time to deal with such trifling matters, but they don't seem to understand. We can't leave this as is. In a drawn-out battle, collateral damage would become a problem, so forcibly eliminate them now. Several worker MTs are on the bridge, but this should be no problem at all for you Ravens. Our armored division is already deployed. It should be an easy job, so go get to it. I loved this mission. I specifically wrote this one into the script for the AC1 video, where I was just like, what? Like, the second mission in the
System
game,
engaged.
at least I played this one second. Oh great, missile and elevation indicators added to the radar for the second loop of Human Plus. Oh wait, no, I'm actually supposed to complete this one. Hold on. And I did not readjust to the controls because I was just Human Plus farming. Oh boy. I'll be back to it in like an hour of playing. Of like actually playing, not just farming Human Plus on repeat. I almost could not find the button to switch to my missiles. And I burned my generator. Yep, this is going great. I actually didn't think that I would be this, like, out of it with the controls coming back to it. I kind of thought it would be like riding a bike since I had played so many of the old gens for the series, but after a month or so, I just lost it. Like, it's actually just gone. Wasting as much ammo as fast as possible. Yeah, you get... Because if you can complete one mission and then fail 2 for each loop, that works. Like, that cuts it down from 5 missions a loop to 3. That's definitely faster than the way I was doing it.
Target achieved.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's a short mission too. Huh. Wait. I made 6,000. Oh, he did it like without getting touched. Oh. Have points been adjusted? In what sense? I did increase the point gain rate, but if you're saying it feels like you're not getting them faster, Jess, I think that the tracking method on YouTube is a little wonky when it comes to lurking. Because you know how they couldn't track the difference between someone who's lurking and who's, like, actively chatting? Wait, did I just go past the chain gun? Am I stupid? Hold on. We're in radars. That's a grenade. Is that... Where's the chain gun? I've got to be missing something. Huh? It says that this is a grenade launcher. Is this not a grenade launcher? Just below the rocket? Up here. Oh, this is the chain gun. Shit, I thought that was like a pulse gun, but it's because it's folded over. Yeah. Man, how the hell did he buy that? What? Okay, wait. Oh, wait. He also goes in and he sells... He sells his legs. Sell the back weapons. I can buy that. There we go. That works. Yeah, I was so confused. I was like, wait, what? Couldn't I just do this from the beginning? If I just sold, like, my back weapon, I absolutely could. And I'm going to next time. Okay. Got 20 for 50 minutes in stream. Yeah, so it would have tracked, like, 20 minutes. I think you must have to Well, I know that it tracks you at least when you first join chat, because there's a ton of names, like, on the tracking list that I've never seen. I've never seen. So I know that at least when you first open stream, it's tracking properly. But then beyond that, I think after a certain amount of time, if you don't chat, it won't, like, detect that you're there. Now this is farming Human Plus. Sold his legs to getting on. I don't know why he would sell his legs, because you would need to buy a different pair. He must have just, like, misclicked or something, because I have his video muted. It must have been a misinput. There's no way that he meant to do that, because that makes no sense. Come on, boys. I know you're better than this. This, even if I just sell, like, the back parts and the sword, then I could probably loop in 2 missions. This is a big brain way of doing it. This is significantly faster. Wildly faster. There it is. See, minus 22,000, now we're talking. That is a big difference. I'm trying to think. Ah, no, that's about as good as it's gonna get. So I fired the whole chain gun. Wait, not the shop, shit. The missions. I'll have to see if I can figure out why the widescreen patch didn't work. I never booted the game to make sure that everything had worked because I was short on time setting up. Because I got so sidetracked while playing Last Raven before stream.
System engaged.
But yeah, I'll probably see, like, later tonight. I'll have a bit of extra time tonight. I'll see if I can figure out why the widescreen patch didn't work. Because I never knew there was one for AC1, or just the Gen 1 games, because it would work for all of them. The amount of comments that I had to reply to on the Nexus video, where I brought up that I had used, like, a patch to get rid of the blurring effect, and everyone was like, please, what patch did you use to get rid of the blur? I can find one for Last Raven, but not for Nexus. And I'm like, it's the Last Raven one. It works because it's the same base game. Also, I found out that apparently PCSX2 has that patch built into the emulator, and I had no idea. I had done way more work than I needed to get that patch working. Because they must have added that recently. DuckStation doesn't have that yet. Where you can just load patches, like, through the emulator. They still don't have that, but apparently PCSX2 does, and I had no idea when I did that video. Damn, I'm gonna have to do one more. But yeah, welcome to Armored Core. He sold his legs to buy a gun. That is classic. Man, even the third loop of Human Plus is not great. It's 2 to the left, Cole. I will know for next time, I swear. Even the third one is slight increase in turning speed. Slight increase. Turning speed is great, but a slight increase? Come on now.
This is the guard. We've cornered the enemy as expected. We'll leave
And then the
rest up to
fourth
you.
is a slight increase in moving speed, which I actually didn't know was a thing in... Was that in Gen 2 as well? Did you move faster with Human Plus? Number 5, increased energy capacity. 6, reduced booster consumption. The 7th one is the big one, the firing the back weapon while moving. And then 8th, I mean, once I've already done 7 loops, I might as well grab the last one, even though it's not as big. But it's the energy wave on your laser blade. There we go. That's 3 loops done.
Destroyed. Combat halted.
I'm gonna have to drop, like, a timestamp in the comments on the VOD of this to just be like, I farmed Human Plus for an hour. Skip to here.
Is this the subject for our next
I
experiment?
don't remember it taking this
Yes.
long, but
His papers say he was a rape.
to be fair, when I did it for
So he
both
took the
games,
usual route
I was like
Seems to have piled up
farming
quite a
Human
bit.
Plus on one
He's the
screen
fastest
and like
games.
doing
But he will be
research
reborn in this
on the
experiment.
other screen, like for the
That is,
script,
if
just
he
to make sure
lives.
that I had things right.
You have a point there.
So
Let's get started.
I don't remember this taking so long, but it's because I wasn't only focused on doing this. AC2 I do remember being distinctly longer. How many? Because I thought it was like 6 loops in 1 and like 8 or 9 in 2. But it's 8 loops in AC1. So I do not even want to know how many it actually was for AC2. I remember it being more. Okay. We sell the blade, we sell you. And that's it. And then we buy. Where is it? Man, there's a lot of missiles. Is it this one? Yeah. What could I buy for 11k? Shit. Shit. Anything? An option part? Come on, there's gotta be something that's only worth 11k. I don't think there is. I might have screwed it a little bit. What about a radar? 12.1! Son of a bitch! Alright. That must be why he does a mission first. Wait, I didn't equip it. It loads you in with your parts from before. That's why I have excess. I sold, like, my blade. Wait a second.
System
No.
engaged.
Quit the mission. Wait, that's what I was looking for. I'm like, what happened there? Why? Do I have the excess then? Because I should have a flat 0. It's the blade. Not with the current inflation. I gotta buy my blade back. Otherwise, like, normally I would have just said, who cares? But I don't want to start the actual game and not have something that I would have normally had. Yep, there it is, 11.5k. Son of... Alright. I don't even have to do that. I don't know why I misremembered as, like, I would need to buy the chain gun every time. That one's on me. Talk about current inflation, though, man. Like, I'm in the
System
process
engaged.
of, like, looking for a new place. Like, just looking at new places to rent with a roommate, and oh my god. This economy. Like, unironically, everything now that I'm, like, looking for places, I find myself unironically just being like, man, why does everything have to be so expensive nowadays? When did this happen? I mean, especially this week, like, or a few days back, like, preparing for these couple weeks in terms of, like, games coverage and stuff, I threw down, like, $200 in pre-orders in one day, where I was just like, okay, I need Lies of P, I need Mortal Kombat, I need Payday 3, and I need the Cyberpunk expansion, because they're all coming out within, like, 10 days of one another. Because of course they are. And in the middle of those 10 days, you know, right after Lies of P, here I am being like, I'm gonna 100% every Armored Core game. While playing everything else that just came out. Like, yep. That's about my level of intelligence at this point in the year. Kinda wanna see AC6 DLC on Earth. The thing with AC6 DLC that I've been saying since finishing, like, all endings and stuff is they kind of have two options with doing DLC for it, right? Where they can either not have it connected to the story at all,
System
and I think that's
engaged.
probably the more realistic. The more realistic, like, approach is just we don't connect the stories whatsoever, or they're gonna have to choose like a canon ending of the three, which FromSoft never does. Like, all their games from the last decade or so have multiple endings, and they have never once said, like, this is the true ending, like, this is what's canon. They don't do that. So it probably, like, it very well could be on Earth. It very well could be on Earth, because that would be a good way to have it just not connected whatsoever. Classic Steam curse. At some point we'll play the games we buy. Yeah. Like, I love that I spend so much on all these games, and then immediately after I'm just like, let's play Gen 1 Armored Core. Which is open-ended as the third. The other two... I think the third... I think there is a lot of room with that ending to, like, do a follow-up. But it is just that thing of, like, it would be new for FromSoft to say, like, yeah, we have all these endings, but this one is actually right. Like, this is the right way to end the game. It's just, it's so not something they do that I'm wondering if they're gonna do it. For me, it kind of depends for what my favorite ending is. I like the third ending in the sense that it sets up, like, story stuff for them to do going forward. Even with, like, they would have to say this is canon, whatever. Like, even with that, it does set up, like, a lot of wiggle room for stuff.
AC unit destroyed. Combat halted.
But I liked, oh shit, I can't remember the name of it. Oh, Liberator of Rubicon. In terms of just, like, it was such a satisfying, ending that also left questions.
Is this the
But
subject
that
for our
final
next
boss was so
Yes.
good in terms of, like,
Papers
story
say he was
stuff.
a raven.
Oh, so he took the usual route here.
That I
Seems
just,
to have piled
I really
up
liked
quite a dent.
Liberator ending.
Must have dashed his dreams. But he will be reborn.
Gen
in this
4 to 5
experiment.
kind of has a canon
That is,
ending.
If he lives.
Kind of.
You have a point there.
I'm
Let's get
interested.
started.
Gen 5, when did Verdict Day come out? My timeline for that is kind of messed up, admittedly. I don't really know what year Verdict Day was. It was... Hold on. 2013. Okay. So, a decade ago. 5's connection to Gen 4 annoys me. Gen 4 and 5 are connected. Let's see, I'm very, like, my research is on, like, a need-to-know basis
System
when it comes to stuff like the AC review series, right? So I'm like, yeah, through Gen 3.5, I'm pretty well-versed in what I need to know for, like, the videos and stuff. But right now, I don't know anything past Last Raven. So I'm kind of going blind beyond that, going into, like, Gen 4 afterwards. Kind of pisses me off, too. Interesting. Hello to King. Welcome. Welcome to... Wait, hold on. What? I have the back weapon firing? That... What? Hold on. Pause.
AC
This
unit
list-
destroyed. Combat halted.
I gotta turn down my headphones still, man. This list has back weapon firing while moving listed as the 7th loop of Human Plus. And that should have been like my 4th. Is this source just wrong? Is this the... hold on. It says that it's for Armored Core 1. Could this potentially be the Armored Core 2 listing? Because remember at the beginning, I thought that Gen 1 had like 6 loops of Human Plus. And I said, like, I think AC2 was like 8 or 9. But I thought, like, for sure that I remember Gen 1 being like 6. Or maybe 7 even. This list might just be the AC2 list, but labeled as AC1 because they made a mistake. That's another thing researching these games, dude. They were really niche prior to, like, FromSoft kind of becoming a mainstream studio with, like, Dark Souls, right? So there's a lot of bad sources for, like, info about the old games because there just aren't many sources and no one is, like, fact-checking them. Hold on. Regarding the confusion about Human Plus upgrades in Armored Core 1.
AC unit destroyed. Combat halted.
Okay, yeah, apparently it's 6 loops. It's only 6. According to Stevo528 on the GameFAQs forum. He's clearing up the confusion for me, personally. He saw ahead by 9 years. And he's... Okay, so he's breaking it down to be like, yeah. Several places have different listings for the Human Plus upgrades.
Engaged.
And I found a Japanese wiki that has the correct ones. That's another thing. These games were mostly successful in Japan. When I was looking into, like, sales and, like, reception data, like, super early... Not only were sales really low for this franchise historically, compared to, like, what FromSoft is now, because, you know, like, AC2 had, like, 1.5 million sold, and that's not bad for, like, a studio just trying to, like, get by, so to speak. 1.5 mil is a pretty good amount of sales, but compared to them now, where they're, like, Elden Ring sold 10 million in a week, like, you know, it's not the same, but... yeah, in Japan they were a lot more successful. I can't read Japanese. So maybe that's a big reason why all the sources that I find tend to be kind of weird.
Combat halted.
I try to find, like, a collection of different sources saying the same thing. That's when I trust it. Admittedly didn't play AC1, Phantasma, or MOA until after 3 Silent Line and Gen 2. Okay. So, like, starting at Gen 3 and then working backwards, pretty much.
Yes. His papers say he was
Is like the Final Fantasy of FromSoftware. The game that comes out all the time, and there's just a shit ton of them. Is that what you mean? And there's a ton of variety between them in terms of, like, gameplay and story.
Let's get started.
Oh, I don't know what loop that was. I can test if I'm at the max loop. Uh-oh, maybe I can't. Sorry, anyway. Apparently it's not you get 1 upgrade per loop. It's more like you get 1 or 2 upgrades at a time. Okay, wait, that was my 5th one that I just did. Because I had the shoulder weapon, and that was the first loop that I had them, so that was just my 5th loop. So I only need to do 1 more. We're good. Once I do this one, I can actually play the game properly.
System engaged.
I got 1 more left. Let me just read it out. So there's like 3 levels of Human Plus, and you just get the different levels after certain amounts of loops, apparently, for AC1. So at level 1, you get the grid radar with, like, missile detection, and you also apparently get the energy waves for the sword with the first loop. Hold on. Oh, my energy sword isn't equipped. I was like, let me just test to see if this guy's right. Human Plus level 2 you get on the 4th loop, so you get everything that I said before on just the first Human Plus installation, and then you get nothing until the 4th one that's new. And then you get the shoulder weapons. And then at level 3, which you get after 6 enhancements, boosting consumes 50% of normal energy. Incorrectly listed in the strategy guide as doubling your generator's energy capacity. That one I knew. I had seen that before.
AC unit destroyed.
That like
Combat halted.
the strategy guide that they put out for this game listed it as having doubled energy capacity, but it's just that your booster only uses half as much as it normally would, which is a funny quirk, because they're not the same, because energy weapons exist. Like, they could kind of be the same thing, but because of energy weapons, they're not. I played the AC1 demo in a magazine. I don't remember the specific... So wait. Played the demo, like way back? Or...
System engaged.
Played the demo after AC3? I'm just curious at this point. I feel like every single... Or I don't feel like. Literally every single video in the review series, I have at least one person in the comments saying, like, this was their first one. Which is so interesting to me. Because it is a game franchise that now has 16 entries. So, like, literally every one of those 16 entries, there's someone who this was their first entry in the series. And I had some fun goofing around in the comments of the Ninebreaker video over this last week, because a shocking amount of people, like, I would honestly say, in the top 3 in terms of, like, amount of comments saying it was their first AC, Ninebreaker. I've seen, like, at least top 3. I wouldn't say it was the most. I think the most that I got that comment was AC2.
AC unit destroyed.
And then maybe AC3
Combat
behind
halted.
that. But I got so many on Ninebreaker. Honestly, a scary amount, considering... I mean, could you imagine? Could you imagine Ninebreaker being your first one? One of the comments I got really recently, actually. I'm gonna go and find this one, because this was like yesterday I got this one. So I should be able to find it pretty quickly. My comment dashboard is kind of a mess, because of, like, the amount of shorts and question of the day and stream VOD and review series comments. They all get mixed into one feed by recent. It's a disaster. But I should be able to find it. I'm just going to look for the Ninebreaker thumbnail, and eventually it'll be that one. Let me at least get myself into position here. Last Raven was the first one? Oh my god. That might... Is that... I guess it's a little better? Not a lot better. I'm gonna say I'm sorry to you too after my experience this morning. Where is it? Ninebreaker thumbnail. Not that one. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I'm gonna read this one out word for word because this comment's crazy. Boy, I'm so glad this is the only Armored Core game I had as a kid, and I never got to play the rest of the series until a few weeks ago. Not bitter at all. Could you imagine, chat? Put yourself in this man's shoes. As a kid, he gets Armored Core Ninebreaker. He plays it, he goes, man, this game is boring. Never touches another another Armored Core game. For like 20 years. Until AC6 comes around, and including me, I'm lumping myself in here because I am part of a large group of people on YouTube who are like, this game series exists and is apparently actually good. I'm gonna do so many videos on it.
His papers say he was
He sees this resurgence and he clicks on a couple videos out of curiosity. Sees that the series is actually good and that Ninebreaker is like one of the worst. If not the worst, depending on who you ask. For me, so far, the worst.
Let's get started.
And then is like, it's been a lie. Like this, imagine for years. Because if he got Ninebreaker as his first game as a kid, like Last Raven would have come out and people would have been like buying that and playing it, and he would have been like, why are you playing that? Why are you playing that game? That game is shit. Why would you do that? And like, you know, AC4 comes out and he's like, why are you playing Armored Core? These games are garbage. Why are you wasting your time on these games? Could you imagine? And then AC6 comes around, man. And like, you dive into the rabbit hole. And there's just so much like unique stuff in this series. So much good stuff in this series that you get introduced to for the first time. And it's like, oh my god. I bought Ninebreaker and realized my mistake after about an hour of do more tests. Dude. It's funny because I got some comments on the Ninebreaker video that were saying like, well, clearly you were intended to do the training and the arena like side by side, like, you know, kind of do them both alongside each other for like pacing and stuff like that. And to be fair, I didn't write it like super clearly into the video or anything, but like I did. Like I actually, my video files were like about a 50-50 split between the arena matches and the training. Like I actually did a lot of training while I was doing the arena, but then I finished the arena like 3.5 hours into the game total playtime. And then I just had to do all those training exercises, dude. And like, oh, I'm gonna have to change my AC name because it's a Rebel with the numbers. Hold on. Has anyone noticed who wasn't like in the Armored Core 6 streams or watched the VODs or anything? Because I brought it up directly there. But did anyone notice just from watching the videos that I named my AC Rebel in every game? Because I managed to like sneak it in somewhere with almost every video where you could like see that the AC was still named Rebel after I told that story in the Master of Arena video. But I don't think many people actually picked up on it. Is there? Oh, there is a backspace. Oh shit, I didn't need to backspace that much. Oh wait, the AC was already... Shit, never mind. Where? I'm good at navigating this menu. I know what I'm doing. The arena is fairly small compared to the ocean of tests. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was trying to say in the comments. I don't like arguing in the comments, though. Like, I'll respond to a comment to, like, make a joke, but trying to, like, change someone's mind on something in YouTube comments is just not worth it. Because it's not gonna work. That being said, to be fair, backtracking a little bit, you can comment something that you think I'm wrong on in a video, because it might change my mind. And it had, like, especially with the AC videos, I've had my mind change on things after the fact, from comments, but like, just arguing through comments for me, I just don't do it. I don't think you can change your pilot name once you have the Rebel label. I don't think there's actually a way. Like, you can change your AC name, but not your pilot name, unless I'm just missing the spot to do it. I was gonna change it back, but I'm not finding the place to do it, so maybe not. All right, hold on. I have that done. I can actually play the game now. But I've been chugging my caffeine the whole time because I haven't had much else to do gameplay-wise. So now I need to take a quick piss break. So feel free to get up for a minute while I'm up, get a drink, snack, bathroom break yourself, whatever. Here, let me turn the music up while I'm up because it's quiet now. I'll turn it up a little bit because the garage music in Gen 1 is actually great. I'll be back in a minute. So feel free to do any of that, and I'll see you when I'm back. Alright, I'm back. The music in the menu is a lot quieter than the gameplay stuff. Like, even this at 50... Oh, do not change disc, please. Considering that the gameplay stuff was at 35, and I still needed to turn my headphones down, the menu music is not very loud compared to everything else. Another Age was a marathon, Ninebreaker was a death march. Man, I really, like that, just recording that game, I tweeted about it the week when I was working on that video. Subtle Twitter plug, by the way. Because sometimes I have these moments where I need to vent on my Twitter about video stuff, or stream stuff, but more often video stuff that I'm ranting about. Yeah, I had this moment where on like the Friday night, because for people who haven't heard me say it or just haven't noticed it or whatever, the videos always come out on a Monday morning, right? So on like Friday night of the Ninebreaker week, I finally finished the game because it was like 12 hours or 13 hours that I spent playing it total. And it was hard for me to sit down for long sessions because it was just the training exercises and I could not take it. So I had to take so many breaks. So like on the Friday night, I finished the game and I have to sit there and like hammer out this script immediately. And then I'm like, okay, I need to get up in the morning, and like the first thing I do in the morning is I record the voiceover so that I can start editing the voiceover and drop that into Premiere, and then I can actually edit the video. And I was just like, I have 2 days to edit this video and have it out the door. After playing that fucking game, it was so brutal. That video was not as bad. I mentioned this during one of the AC6 streams. This is a little lore for the videos too. The Silent Line video got entirely edited on a Sunday. Like, I sat down in the morning, the video was not even started in terms of actual editing. The voiceover was edited, the video was not. So the entire Silent Line video got done in one, like, 13-hour editing binge on a Sunday. And that video somehow turned out fine. I don't know how, but that, I also mentioned when I brought that up, there is a video in the series that I personally don't, like, I just don't like how it came out. I do not like that video. But weirdly, it's not the Silent Line video. That one actually turned out pretty alright. Playing the game though. You are to eliminate a group of illegal squatters at an abandoned factory on the east side of the city. I know I read this like an hour ago. It's been an hour. They profess to be radicals opposed to area redevelopment. However, the planners have already reached an agreement with the citizens in question, so these are merely outlaws who want an excuse to run amok. But they are still citizens, so from the standpoint of the guard, we cannot use force. If they are left as is, there is a risk of affecting the progress of the plan. There is no need for restraint. We want you to firmly teach them the rules of society. Theater of Operations, Old Factory, East Sam City. Conditions for success, eliminate illegal squatters. Total homeless death. The early missions in AC1 are so funny because both of the opening missions
System engaged.
are FromSoft just immediately trying to show you how fucked up the Armored Core universe is going to be for like the entire time with it. Because your two options early on are, there are these squatters in like an abandoned part of the city that we need you to go clear out, no restraint, or there are workers protesting for better pay on this bridge. We need you to go clear them out with no restraint. Lethal force. So either option that you take at the very beginning of AC1, they're just like, oh yeah, welcome to Armored Core. You ready for jobs like this throughout the whole game? We hope you are. Wow. Just the slow chip damage of a default rifle. Okay, wait. Every time that I play a new game for the review series, also welcome Tem. Sorry, I got distracted. every single time, I end up sticking with, like, the default rifle for a good bit. Like, at least the first hour of the game. Am I crazy for not, like, trying to immediately get a new weapon? Because I normally go for, like, frame parts and, like, internal parts first. Because I can get by with the rifle. Like, the rifle is fine. Even in Last Raven, I used the rifle for, like, a solid hour and a half. Like, probably the first 5 or 6 missions of the playthrough. Plus some arena matches. You might be a little crazy. I don't know what's wrong with me, because every time I feel like I'm doing it wrong. But, like, the first thing for me always is, like, the generator needs to go. The generator needs to be better than it is by default in pretty much every game.
Target achieved.
I can't remember what it was in Last Raven that I was trying to do early on. It was mostly just frame part stuff. Last Raven, I stuck with it a little longer than normal too, because of the whole used parts thing, which I don't think is a bad system necessarily. However, for the videos, I try to do a lot of different builds throughout my playthrough just for, like, having variety in the B-roll footage and stuff like that. So the used parts, normally in these games, I'm constantly, like, making a build, running it for, like, a few missions or so, a few arena matches, whatever, and then selling off all those parts and using my total cash to just make something entirely new. So I've always loved that I can do that. Last Raven, I cannot do that. So that's been an experience, trying to, like, still have a lot of builds, but have those moments where I'm like, okay, can I afford to sell off my parts and, like, make a good build at this point? Like, would it be worth it with where I am right now? But also, hello, bird. The D-pad aiming, now that I'm used to it, isn't that bad. This D-pad is awful. I showed it earlier while I was doing the Human Plus farming. I hate Xbox D-pads. This is a third-party controller. It's not an Xbox one, but goddamn, is that D-pad... Like, look at it next to my fingers. Look how tiny that D-pad is. Look at it. That shit ain't right. It's not right. I'm reading this again, too, now that the farm is done. We at the Raven's Nest use the net to provide various types of support to those who have become Ravens. In addition to relaying missions, we mainly provide AC repair services, supply ammo, sell new AC parts, etc. We also occasionally use email to relay information regarding the missions that you've accepted. The Nest never interferes with the mission requesters or with the individual Ravens. Even if you have trouble with the mission requesters, the Nest cannot get directly involved. Be aware of this. Oh, by the way, call me R. I will be your contact at the Nest. Whether our association will be long or short depends entirely on your skill. I'll be in touch. Should have used a Guitar Hero controller. Do you think if I used the Guitar Hero controller, I would stop getting the comments saying that I'm really bad at the game? I mean, I'm not good at these games, but some of the comments are wild. Well, that was more when I would... Any video where I brought up the controls was really where I got those comments. Aside from the Nexus one, like, pretty much AC1, AC2, and AC3, when I would do the bit with, like, 2 and 3, especially where I was like, did they change the controls for the new console, for the new generation? No, of course not. They left them. Every time I would say that, man... There was a portion of the audience that did not appreciate the joke with it. I can't afford anything. 11K is nothing. I could sell parts and buy other shit in its place. Like, I could sell my rifle and at least upgrade to, like, the cheap MG. I could probably even afford the slightly larger one. I feel like when I played AC1 at first, I pretty much had the reaction of, holy shit, there are so many parts in this game. But now that I'm going back to Gen 1, after so much time spent with 3.5, like being near the end of like the Nexus through Last Raven run, I'm like, man, this shop is light. There's not a whole lot here. AC 5 and 6 are the only AC games without a back-mounted chain gun. That was another thing earlier when I was talking about AC 6 parts. I did, during the AC 6 streams, I was like, where is my my back Gatling guns? To be fair to AC 6, the normal Gatling guns are so ridiculous that they probably didn't include them purely for balance. Hold on, I'm starting a poll for the record. I should have said that. I'm doing a poll. I wish that I could have mods do this, because Bird, back when we were on Twitch, remember those days, Bird? Bird loved setting up polls, whether I asked for one or not. Bird would happily set up a random poll out of nowhere. I wish that mods could do polls on YouTube. It would make my life a lot easier. And the mods could have fun with it. We're just gonna... I'm gonna let this run for like the next couple missions while I'm just pulling credits together. It's about the build. So we got... It's about the leg type. I will... put it over to chat. What kind of AC we're making, at least for like the early parts of AC1. The poll appeared for everyone. I always make sure, just because like with question of the day, it can be a little finicky sometimes. Like right now, it's being really weird for me, but I'm seeing votes come in on it, so I'm gonna assume it's working. I can always unpin the question of the day when it happens. I don't use polls all that often. But, does it really matter what missions I take in AC1? Because I think really all that 100% is going to mean, you know what I should do? That I somehow forgot about until just now. I'm glad that I thought of it this early. Hidden parts guide. Please tell me that there was not one in the first mission. It doesn't look like there was. Beautiful. All right. This is a weird guide. None in Destroy Unknown MTs, so I could play this one casually, and we'll be fine. All right, Isaac City Guard. This is... Oh, it's this one. We just now discovered several unidentified MTs in the sewers. The MTs overwhelmed the guards going to investigate and fled. Oh, the guards fled? The MTs fled. The only ones that slide while you strafe? Oh yeah, that's right. They don't do like little spider leg steps. Sorry, anyway. The MTs overwhelm the guards. I read that. I don't think they're ordinary citizens. Our reputation will be ruined if we let them go. We'll begin our search of the sewers at once and drive them to you like cattle. You wait there and pound them. Theater of Operations, Isaac City Sewers. Destroy all enemies. I love that, one of my biggest blunders in the review series in terms of like the info was I said that Another
System
Age's story
engaged.
was like the aftermath of Armored Core 2's
This is the guard.
events
We've cornered the enemy as
on
expected.
Mars.
We'll leave the rest up to you.
Because I did look up like a plot synopsis, like a one paragraph thing while I was writing that script, mostly because I was trying to figure out how long after the events of AC2 it was, and I got that from somewhere else. Not to say I hadn't already assumed we were still on Mars, because I had. I thought the game was on Mars the entire time. because I'm stupid. But that plot summary also said that the game was on Mars. So in the video, I said something to the extent of like, oh yeah, it's like 5 years after AC2, just normal corporation shit on Mars after those events. And I'm still getting comments being like, this game is on Earth. I'm like, I know. And the thing that I love with it is that very early, like literally the day the video came out, someone commented and was like, oh yeah, in case you didn't notice, it's on Earth. Like, some of the missions even take place in or around Isaac City, like the city from AC1. And I was like, holy shit, I never caught that that was like the same Isaac City. It never clicked with me that that was AC1. I felt really dumb. You mean the game wasn't on Mars? I can't tell if you're memeing or not, but I wouldn't be shocked if you're not. Because it kind of, for me, I was like, wait a second, I really just assumed it was on Mars, and it's not. It was on Earth, but I played 100 missions of this shit, and I thought it was on a whole other planet. I think I said when I replied to someone's comment about it early on, I think I even said, like, well, as much as I was wrong about that, that furthers my point about how little story content there is here. Because holy shit, how could you get something that wrong? Wait a second. Those are like, those are like the Rusty's legs, the Rusty's second build. Hello, Corn. Did you realize how big of idiots you and I were with a boss in Lord of PP yesterday? Don't tell me that, like, the Poison Swamp boss you could have fought by, like, lowering the pipe. The khaki pant biped legs. Yeah, like Rusty's in 6, the second Steel Haze. I never even realized, like, oh shit, those flaps are just like those. It's been so long since I did AC1. Biped is winning the poll right now, but I'm not at the point where I can really afford those changes yet. I could, but not without selling stuff, so I'm just gonna hold off. Eliminate Strikers does have a part. Jump the barrier behind the starting point, and you should find the part. Easy enough. You're supposed to drain the poison before fighting it. See, but we are real gamers, Corn. We took that boss down with the poison. I did not do the 2v2 arena in Silent Line or 3. So if I missed comments, like I said earlier, my comment feed is a mess because my channel is so scattered. I do all formats on YouTube. So I just have one big comment feed where they're coming from like every which way, so I miss shit. But yeah, I haven't done any bonus content for the videos. Like, even right now, I'm still not sure how many playthroughs of Last Raven I'm going to do for the video. I am in the process of playing it, and I still haven't decided. Because I feel like I'm not doing the game justice if I don't do at least, like, 3. But at the same time, it's just like time constraints doing these weekly, right? Like I can't do all of them. Anyway, let me read this and get playing and then I'll continue. Chrome. First corporation mission. Like getting different endings? Yeah. Workers in the Avalon Valley development area demonstrating for better working conditions have taken over the Doan Bridge. They've erected a barricade on the bridge and completely halted traffic. There's no sign of their giving in to the guards. They persist in demanding to see the HQ. We told them that we have no time to deal with such trifling matters, but they don't seem to understand. Anyway, we can't leave this as is. In a drawn-out battle, collateral damage would become a problem. So forcibly eliminate them now. Several worker MTs are on the bridge, but this should be no problem at all for you Ravens. Our armored division is also deployed. Should be an easy job, so go to it. Doan Bridge, Avalon Valley. Eliminate bridge occupants. I love the missions in AC1 just being like, yeah, these civilians are a pain in the ass. Could you go kill them? Because, like, we don't have time for this. Could you just go
System
kill them?
engaged.
Thanks. So you jump the barrier. Oh, we're getting some emulator artifacting. Beautiful. You don't see anything. The thing with Gen 1, though, is there's a lot of clipping and stuff on original hardware, too. I did test to make sure that it was a thing. Like, especially with this, when I first did AC1, I was like, is this an emulator problem where the geometry doesn't, like, line up right? But no, that was just how AC1 was. Like, all 3 of the Gen 1 games are like that on original hardware, too. It's not as noticeable when you play on, like, 240p, and you've got, like, all the dithering and stuff in there to cover it up. And especially if you had played it on a CRT back in the day. I, unfortunately, don't have a CRT. As much as I might like to have one for my old consoles, I just don't. The most unapologetic about committing war crimes? Yep. Go get those Just Stop Oil hippies. It does kind of give off that energy. I hate the unions, no better pay. Exactly. Yeah, I think when I first played... that's not even who I want to be aiming at. I think when I first played... I ended up siding with Murakumo and taking out Chrome, but I don't remember my AC1 playthrough all that well. I remember moments of it, like the giant MT and 9-ball. 9-ball was my first, like, hard wall in the series where I just genuinely could not get past that mission. And I love that I ended up just running past him. That shit was awesome. War crime implies the unions have rights. Better pay and job safety? How about we just drop a hired gun on your location? Yeah, the hired gun in, like, the multiple story tall mech suit. Keep in mind important details. My favorite soundtrack? I think for me so far, I'm not gonna include 6, only because I haven't gotten to it for the series yet. Because I also think 6 might be my favorite. It doesn't have the same, like, vibe that the older games do. Like, it's very different, but I love what 6 does. I feel like it's underused in the gameplay, though. Because if you go listen to 6's soundtrack on its own, it's a lot better than you realize it is while just playing the game. Is also something I noticed. But I would say so far, it's probably Nexus for me. Or, it could even be Formula Front. I never found this rocket when I first played AC1, so I want to equip it, but I need heavy legs. Biped is winning the poll. Oh, but it's also tied with quads. Uh-oh. I'll leave the poll running until there's a winner after a mission. I can sell my legs and just get heavier ones. Sell the legs, go heavier for now. Wait, shit. These are the default legs. Those have, like, 1900. That's a little more. I don't think I need to go all the way up to heavy legs, do I? Quads being a little clunky in Gen 1 and 2. I do too, at least from what I played. I remember tanks being super clunky as well. Where even, for the most part, oh, god damn it, it's literally 2 points short. Tanks are always clunky. Have you tried them in 6? Because, oh boy. Shit. I do need to go with heavies if I want to use that launcher. Stuff you won't even recognize until you listen to it on its own. Yeah, when I listened to Rusty's theme on its own, it was so much better. There was actually a moment on stream where it was my second playthrough of 6. Like, I was getting to that point, or I was just doing my second ending, so I was near the end doing Liberator ending, and Rusty's theme was playing, and I had a moment where I had to say out loud, I was like, wait a minute, are there lyrics in this track? Because I genuinely had not noticed on the first playthrough that there were lyrics playing during that boss fight. Because I did Fires of Rubicon first. So I fought Rusty, like, when the track was playing, and I just never noticed that there even was music playing. Oh, I see what mission has the Karasawa. If you think I'm not using it, you're crazy. By the way. I've already fully farmed up Human Plus for this, so if you think I'm not gonna pick up the Karasawa, I can do the rescue of the truck, probably. Hit me right in the nostalgia. I think AC3 was up there. Oh shit, I'm not reading. I'm stupid. Also a Chrome mission. We lost communications with one of our transport trucks heading for Avalon Valley, somewhere near the NASA tunnel. We strongly believe that this was an act of a terrorist group targeting the advanced chemical weapons loaded on the truck. If this is true, we cannot leave this up to the guards. Go to the site ASAP and search for the truck. Eliminate anyone who interferes. The safety of the vehicle is of utmost priority. Do not forget this. One more thing, innocent civilian vehicles may be traveling by the site. If you destroy any vehicles, compensation for the damages will be deducted from your pay. Good luck. Inside NASA tunnel, find and defend transport truck. AC4's soundtrack is legendary, but has the inverse problem. With 6, where it's too loud. Yeah, the mixing on 6 is probably the biggest thing, where it's kind of too quiet to even hear.
The truck's
I
load
saw
is
something.
poison gas.
I have to scroll up. Nexus is a
Avoid
popular
gas
pick,
canisters if you
and I'm
find
inclined
them.
to agree. It's between 1, Nexus, 4, Answer, and 6. This is a good lineup. 3's not in there! Wait. You're telling me AC3 isn't on that list? Come on. Come on now. 3 also has some major bangers. Hold on, will the large... Oh, they don't have lock on. Okay, yeah, nope. These missiles were not worth it. The manually aiming missiles, while I'm trying to readjust to the classic control scheme, and, you know, these games lock at like 22, 24 frames depending on what mission, it's gonna be a no for now, at least. The manual lock is just, I ain't doing that. Because I know I'm just gonna end up whiffing missiles everywhere on the screen if I try to. None of those missiles are gonna connect. Maybe Giant MT. Giant MT I should be fine to use, like, really heavy missiles that don't have target lock, but for now, that's not happening. Oh my god. The frame rate really is the most brutal part in this game. What's actually funny is that when I played it for the first time for the AC1 video,
Enemy approaching.
I didn't even
Danger.
notice that the
Danger.
frame rate was
Danger.
so low. I don't know how I never noticed it. I noticed it when I was playing like Project Phantasma. Was the first time that I went, oh wait, the frame rate, like even when it's not slowing down, which does happen a lot, even on DuckStation is such an accurate emulator that moment's right there. It just happened. If the game would have slowed down on PS1, the game will slow down on DuckStation even if your CPU can handle it. It's actually really funny
Target achieved.
that it does that to me. But yeah, like the base frame rate is either 22 or 24 FPS in this game, depending on like the mission. And boy, does that not help when you're trying to learn these controls for the first time. Otherwise, it's impossible to aim. Yeah, big MTs, I normally go for like manual aim rockets too. What was I gonna say? There was something else. Oh, AC3 and Silent Line felt a bit too Metal Gear-y. Oh, speaking of Metal Gear, if you were never in an AC6 stream where I brought it up, here, let me open it on my phone real quick. I have this big list on my phone. I have a notepad on my phone of potential review series for After Armored Core. Granted, I still have like... Hold on, Last Raven is the 11th game, so I still have like 6 weeks of working through the Armored Core videos. But I'm thinking ahead, and I'm gonna start putting out polls for it soon. But I have this giant list on my phone. Big ass list. Ignore the lighting and all that. I'm trying to angle it away from the light so you can at least hopefully read some of it. Giant list of games. The ring light is also very not kind to, like, fingerprints and shit showing up. The Steam overlay just made my game flicker. His ass is playing Mega Man. Sorry, I gotta get back to chat on my phone so that I can approve the shit that YouTube tries to block. But yeah, I have a giant list. There's some ideas on here that I really like. Some of them are almost like, I'm not thrilled about the idea, but I want it on there for like down the line sort of thing. Like I just want to not lose the idea, even though it's not like one of my favorites. Like I have Drakengard and Nier on there. Clearly you guys could actually read it pretty well. But I have Drakengard and Nier on there, and even that I'm like, I'm not thrilled about that idea, but I don't want to like forget it. Like I want it to kind of be in my mind going forward. But literally with this list, what I'm going to do, and the first time I'm going to do it is the Last Raven video, I'm going to link a poll like in the comments in the description of the next video. Next video being Last Raven. Formula Front is going up tomorrow, but right, sorry. On Last Raven video, I'm going to link the poll for the first time. It's literally going to be the list. Like, every single one of those will be on there. And it's going to be like a vote for as many as you want. It's just going to be, if you would like these videos, like if you would like a video of me, or sorry, a video series of me doing every Resident Evil game, the same way that I did every Armored Core game, check box. And you can check as many boxes as you want. It's literally just me seeing like how much interest for people already watching the videos is there for future video series. That's all it is. I realized that I should bring it up. Probably a lot less coverage on YouTube compared to other games. I didn't watch through it, but I know that Acer Aesthetics, if you know that channel, he actually has also been doing Armored Core videos recently. I know that a while back, he did an Armored Core series, or not an Armored. Sorry, I just read the word Armored Core off of my second monitor. He did a Kingsfield series. I'm going to find it. They did well for him. They did really well for him, actually. I feel like Kingsfield is one of those games that, like, if you don't know about it, you're interested in learning about it. And if you do know about it, there's so little coverage about it that you're probably going to click on it. AC and Kingsfield videos recently. I found him way back when he did... I actually just saw it, but now I want to go and grab the title of the video just to say it. It was a Demon Souls video. Back when I first played Souls games. Like, literally right around that time. Because I haven't been playing Souls games for very long. I might give off the impression that I've been playing them longer than I have in the AC videos. But I played my first Souls game in, like, 2020. Like, during COVID. It was when I first finally checked them out. Yeah, it was both of his Demon Souls videos from, like, 3 years ago. I need to shut down my Steam because the overlay is messing with stream. It was a look back at Demon Souls, and then he also had like an hour-and-a-half story after that where he literally just talked all the lore stuff. Steam. Actually shut down. Thank you. Soon it'll be time for Ace Combat. I don't think I have that written on the list, but I've had actually a lot of people bring that one up. And I've never played that shit. back on for a billion years. I normally have it on, but God, I hate when I'm like streaming and it'll just be popping up and like messing with the emulator or something like that. It only happens when I'm playing emulated games. Because it messes with my computer's like full screen. Where like the emulator DuckStation only runs in like actual full screen. They don't have borderless natively, at least that I know of. So when the Steam overlay pops up, it like takes it out of full screen for a second and then it puts it back in when the notification closes. Which is why you saw the screen going black whenever it happened. So annoying. As for Mega Man, there's like 39? No, there's not. There's that many? Thank you for the sub, Tenacious G. Okay, but how many of these are like mainline? Because I can see that a lot of them are like, that's gotta be a spin-off, right? It is a spin-off. Okay, so like Willie and Right, No Rockboard. That's Paradise. I would not play that one. With AC, I actually didn't think that I would do Ninebreaker or Formula Front when I started, but then I double-checked, like, around the time I was doing, I double-checked around the time, like, the Silent Line video was being worked on, and I saw that Ninebreaker and Formula Front are classified as mainline entries by FromSoft. So I was like, well, shit. This went from a 14 video series to a 16. Here we go. That one, I just threw Mega Man on there because I haven't played it and someone brought it up in chat before. Okay. Quad Legs are winning. Is it tied? No, Quad Legs have like 1 at this point. That poll's been running for almost 30 minutes. Let's go Gen 1 Quad Legs. Here we go. Non-canon games mainline. Pretty much what it comes down to for me is, like, do the devs say that this is a main entry in the series? Which is how I've done it with Armored Core. Where, like, Ninebreaker, Formula. FromSoft just has it classified as, like, yup, Ninebreaker is the 9th mainline entry. And then Formula Front, they're like, yep, this is the 10th mainline entry. And then Last Raven, I even went to check Last Raven on that one, just to be sure. And sure enough, Last Raven says 11th mainline entry. And I was like, well, shit. I have to play them. If FromSoft literally, like, if the people who made the game say this is a main entry, that's a main entry for me. Throw me on the quads. So that's pretty much how I'm doing it. There would be a little weirdness with that. Oh, those are light. Okay, maybe not those quads. I just figured I would go lightest, and then if I needed more, I would work my way up. The energy, I just need a different generator. That's 39 because it's a split timeline. Jesus Christ. Okay. We need to go heavier. I could just, like, remove the missiles, but I'm gonna want back weapons. I went way past my legs. What am I doing? Those are the legs. But yeah, Formula Front video tomorrow. That one, I mentioned it the other day. I was playing either, oh no, I think it was Lies of P that I was playing when I brought this up on stream the other day. The Formula Front video I finished on like Friday, but I still left it for Monday just because I like having that, like, on Monday morning at 9 a.m. new video goes out. Like, I like the consistency of it, as well as I just went straight into working on Last Raven. I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna use the extra 2 days for the Last Raven video. And most people will not know, because most people do not stop by streams or whatever. They'll figure the normal schedule is just the normal schedule and nothing weird happened. I need a better generator. I could just apply. Why did I say employ? I could apply the same strategy here. where I kind of just buy something and see if it works. I remember using this generator a lot, but I think that one is heavy. I do remember using this one a lot for Gen 1. I remember not really using, like, this one, because this one is just, like, middle of everything. So I never really had a reason to use it. Like, I used this one a bit for more lightweight builds. I remember this one. I don't know if I ever even touched that one. This is just gonna be a good old try slotting things in and see what works. And over time, it will come together. That one is still not enough. We need to go a little bigger. Which means I might even need to get heavier legs, but we'll see. Where are my generators? I can look at the stats now, too. Because is it using maximum charge? It must be. Or no, it's energy output. Never mind. I was reading energy output as just being like how fast it recharges. That's what I was thinking, but that is literally the same number from the screen. From the actual garage screen, that is. Sorry, when my brain is working, I do not talk real good. So that was 5,300. Well, I might actually go with that one. So that's like 6,000, and it's pretty light. I do like the colors on it. Probably unrelated, but probably like one of my favorite little things that AC6 did was tying your booster colors to what generator you're using. I thought that was sweet. Like, it's cool enough to have the colors of your boosters tied to the boosters themselves, but there's something really satisfying about like throwing in the coral generator in AC6 and then getting that coral particle effect coming out of like all of your boosters whenever you're moving around. It is so cool. You gotta think through what you're selling rather than immediately credit farming. Yeah. I might just go for the big MG. Like, there's no reason to use this one over this one outside of, like, weight. This one has more ammo, does more damage. At least I remember it being that way, but that could also be wrong, because I did not know what I was doing when I played Gen 1. But I'm pretty sure this one carries more ammo and hits harder than the other one. And yeah, if I can carry it, weight-wise, I'm going to. Wait, did I just... Is my arm blade not equipped? Oh, it is. Oh, it's on the inside of the arm in AC1. You can't see it. Because I had a moment where I was like, where's my blade? Hold on. Let me save. I just did too much tinkering to not save. I could change the color. Best sound effects and sound design that I like? In AC6? Snail's Scream? I'm assuming Snail's Scream is just a meme. We're talking games in general for sound design. I think 6 is very high on the list. At least I would have to put it really high up. I was gonna say Gen 3 had really good sound design. There's a charm to Gen 1, at least AC1. I remember they changed the sound for when your boosters spin up after this game, and I hated it. Like, there was that annoying little, like, wind-up sound every time you hit the boost button, and it drove me nuts playing Project Phantasma and Master of Arena. But I would probably say Gen 3, if not including 6. Fort Garden Guard. Wait, I didn't check secret parts. I gotta make sure that I'm on top of it so that I don't miss any that I don't... Man, I am so good at speaking. Just so that I don't miss any. Ignore me. Only 17,000. I forget how tight the economy is in AC1. And I'm being reminded of that now. The city security system that we monitor has been destroyed and security MTs from various areas are running amok. The true perpetrator is as yet unknown. All of the guards are trying to control the situation, but the scope of damage is too wide, so we cannot completely handle it. We're asking the Ravens for help. Destroy all of the security MTs in the business district of the city. We have already evacuated the citizens. No need for restraint. Oh, I remember this one. Fort Gardens Business District. 12 security MTs destroy all. I remember this one because I can see like a clip of B-roll that I used in the video. Of me playing this mission. And
System
it took
engaged.
It took months for someone to catch it. Speaking of that exact clip, but I had like a middleweight biped build that I was using right at this point, where a lot of it was the default parts, but I had started changing shit up. Oh man, I feel so smooth. I feel like I can glide. Took months, but someone finally commented on the AC1 video and like with the timestamp said, "Nice Samus AC," because it was the Varia suit from Metroid that I had like painted it to look like, with like the default headpiece and everything. And it took so long, but someone finally caught that shit. And it made me smile even more just because it took that long for someone to notice it, or at least for someone to verbalize it. I'm sure people noticed it that didn't bring it up in the comments. But it was really funny to me that, like, that was only like a couple weeks ago. Never realized. There's a handful of things like that. Probably one of the most blatant ones that I did was the AC3 video. I had an Apple Boy cosplay where I literally just made his AC and like painted it just like his and everything. And someone just commented in all caps like, "Apple Boy!" That one was, I think that was literally day one of that video.
Target achieved.
That I got that comment. Like, someone immediately caught the Apple Boy one. I just liked the colors of it. And it was just an upgraded, like, default Gen 3 AC. So that one, someone caught it really quickly. McDonald's. I hate that one. Rusty or Michigan? That is a real debate. For me, it's Rusty. And it could never not be Rusty. But Michigan is hilarious. I like not to sleep on Michigan. He's really funny. But Rusty calls me buddy. So like I artificially develop more of an attachment to him. I've actually, I've seen a lot of clips of players like unironically simping for Rusty, and I think it's hilarious. Like, it's really funny that just hearing his voice and him calling you buddy, I've seen people like genuinely simping for Rusty. Doing the Varia suit, not being too generic and going for an EVA unit color scheme. Like every YouTuber when 6 came out, EVA unit. Hold on. Oh, Eva! Is this, Evangelion? Right? Yes. I believe so. Haven't seen it. So, that's why it went right over my head. I have seen a lot of people doing that color scheme, though. I feel like it's something that comes to mind for a lot of people. I've had so many people tell me I need to watch Evangelion, and I have not seen it. Not your buddy guy. Or no, it's not, you've come to the king of South Park references, for the record. Because there are some South Park references that are so ingrained in me that I say them without even realizing anymore. Like, it just becomes, like, a phrase that I use, and then someone will randomly say, like, "Oh, I remember that bit in South Park," and I'm like, shit. Is that where that comes from? But I believe, not to be that guy, but I believe it's, "I'm not your buddy friend," and he says it with a speech impediment. I don't remember why. And then the other guy, I think they all do, actually, because the other guy then goes, "Not your friend, guy." And then it goes, I'm not your guy, buddy. And then they start looping that. Buddy, friend, friend, guy, guy, buddy. I thought that bit was hilarious when I watched it when I was younger because I'm from Minnesota. So we're basically like, we're like an Americanized version of Canada here. Like we speak like Canadians. My accent is not that strong because I went and lived in Florida for a bit and then came back here last year. So my accent is not that strong anymore, but we just sound like Canadians up here. Except for we say like oh for cute and oofda. Like we've got our own words here or phrases here that Canadians don't have. But we pretty much just sound Canadian. You know, coach, bar, car, bag. Oofda? Oofda. It literally, it's just big oof. Like that, it's in terms of what it means. Oofda is a common, that's probably like the most common Minnesota term. Like just straight up, like people from Minnesota say oofda. And it's just, it means oof. It doesn't mean anything different. I thought it was after. No, it just means oofda, or it just means oof. I don't need to mess with my AC all that much. At some point, I'll paint it. The green actually doesn't look bad, like the default green. Oh, this is... I remember why I worked with Murakumo on my first playthrough. It's because they gave me free shit. That's why. It's because they give AC parts. We want you to destroy a chrome gun emplacement. The gun emplacement construction site is located in an ocean buffer zone just barely outside of Murakumo territory. Oh, I just remembered another, like, cosplay build that I don't think anyone ever caught. And I don't even know if I want to ruin it now. Our repeated warnings to halt construction have been completely ignored. Chrome offers only transparent excuses about maintaining security, but their intentions are clearly preemptive. Oh, sorry, a preemptive military attack. We now have no choice but to use force. This time we've prepared an AC part as your pay. A prototype of the highest quality. We're counting on the Ravens. I remember these legs being great. Chrome gun emplacement. Destroy all guns. Get free legs. Easy. Easy, easy. I remember them being great, but they were really light, so I couldn't carry much, so I didn't use them much. I think it was a Gen 1 game. I don't know if it was AC1 or not. It might have been Project Phantasma or Master of Arena or one of those. But I do remember a cosplay build that I did that I don't think anyone ever caught. At least no one commented it. So, I'm going to say what it was. But don't go and find the video and comment it. I will delete your comment. I want to wait until someone naturally finds it without me mentioning it to people. Because this might be another one of those, like, months from now, someone randomly comments and is like, oh shit! I had a Master Chief cosplay in one of the Gen 1 games. I'm pretty sure it was Gen 1 because I'm picturing the helmet. Like, I can see the helmet in my head with, like, the paint on it. So I think it was Gen 1. But I did a really funny Master Chief cosplay. Oh my god, I never put another missile launcher on after I got rid of the heavy one. Oh, because I think I sold both of them. I should put a chain gun on. Or maybe like a grenade launcher, something like that.
Target achieved.
Have you beat the... Oh. There was... It's a mission... Yeah, it's a mission called Dark Soul in this game, isn't it? I remember seeing it. I should have made a meme out of it. I like putting random memes in videos from time to time. Just to spice them up, keep the pace not shit. I should have thought of that. You mind telling me what you're doing in that armored core? That would have been so good. Congratulations. But then I would have, like, overtly pointed out the build. Sorry. Congratulations on a job well done. We're grateful that you resolved the situation quickly. Chrome's tyrannical conduct is becoming more and more violent every day. We would never stoop to the kind of wrongful use of force that they embrace, but we have no choice but to fight. I hope we can count on you the next time the need arises. Yeah, in the middle of that mission, I was about to ask, like, in Gen 1, can I use a chain gun on my shoulder without needing to stop? Like, on quad legs? But then it clicked with me that I farmed up all the human plus, so it doesn't matter. I didn't sell this missile launcher. I can just go put whatever I want on my back, and it's fine. 9-ball is gonna go down like a bitch this playthrough. And I'm gonna regret those words. But I have human plus now. I've played like 50, 60 hours of like classic era Armored Core. And to that extent, I just mean like I've actually adjusted the control scheme now. Once I get back to 9-ball, he is going down. This time. Give me that chain gun. Oh, I need bigger legs. Shit. And I'm already broke. Okay. I'm just gonna unequip the chain gun this time. I'll get more credits from another mission, and then I'll get heavier legs and equip it. Oh boy. Oh, there's worker robot removal. I got... Wait. I'm not broke. I just got those free legs. Let me sell the legs. They should be worth something. It's these ones. 44K? That works. Oh wait, and then sell my legs as well. We need the heavy quads. 4 p.m. time to crush more homeless people. This game is just... They loved their, yeah, these people are just kind of a pain. Could you... You know... Just, make it happen. I need a better generator. You're shitting me. I forget how slow these menus are compared to some of the later games as well. Although, some of the later games have worse menus. I think Armored Core's UI design, outside of 6, I think 6 is pretty great for what it is. I don't know if I would say it's like the perfect one by any means. But I think Armored Core UI design peaked in Gen 2. Specifically Armored Core 2, but another age still had a really good UI. You know what? I'm just going with the big one. I have the heavy legs. Never forget it. I do love this garage theme. It might be my favorite garage theme. You buy all the parts only to not navigate the menus? Yeah. That is generally, like, I like stocking up parts, but the early game economy here is brutal. I don't remember it being this crushing. Wait, was Destroy Fuel Depot? I'm keeping an eye out for Destroy Fuel Depot. It's the Karasawa mission, so whenever that pops up, I'm doing it. Alright, Isaac City Guard. We've managed to obtain vital information on the terrorist group Imminent Storm. The scum plan to hide inside the city sewers and build their headquarters there. Imminent Storm has perpetrated many terrorist acts on Isaac City in the past, and the Guard has suffered bitter defeats. We will never let them build their headquarters. Yet, we hesitate to act with only our weaponry. This is why we have asked the Ravens for help. Already, several guards have gone ahead, but it is too dangerous for them alone. Your operation has 2 objectives: protect the guard detachment and destroy the terrorist leader. We will deduct 1,000 credits from your pay for each guard killed. Ravens, we're counting on you. It's one. Me, Raven. Nexus and 4 have all-time bad menus. Yeah, that's actually thank you for bringing up Nexus. I was trying to think. I'm like, I know there's a bad menu. It was Nexus. And for how
System
brutal
engaged.
I was in the Nexus video when I went in on the Nexus UI, now that you bring it up, I did not get a single person arguing with me about how bad that UI was. I got a lot, like, I went pretty hard on Nexus in general. I don't think Nexus is a bad Armored Core game, but I think a lot of things that were done really well in Gen 3 were downgraded in Nexus. Like, it's not that the game was bad, but it was like, you guys had it right. Like, we took a step backwards in a lot of places in Nexus, and I thought, so I did go pretty hard on it in the video. And normally, when I get the most disagreement in a video, and this probably isn't a shock, I don't get many people disagreeing when I say that something is good and saying like, oh, I thought this was shit. That almost never happens, in all honesty. It's normally when I say something is bad, that's when people are like, no, this is good because, you know, and then they'll explain. But no one argued about the UI on the Nexus video, and I never realized that until just now. I don't think Last Ravens is great so far, but it's a lot better, and it looks way better. I will probably give it more leniency just because it looks really cool, in all honesty. Because immediately when I loaded into the menus for Last Raven, I was like, ooh, I like the style. Like, it might not be the smoothest to navigate in the series, but it's got a nice look to it. So I might not go into it in the wrong ways. I mean, we could, of course, talk about the big one. And I just say the big one, and I feel like 9 out of 10 people, at least, who are here right now, will know exactly what I mean. We could talk about the big bad change in Nexus, but I don't even have to say what it is. I think we're all on the same page. Enough said. No need to wallow on that one right now. I feel like the menu in Nexus was a reinforcement of Raven's only having a need-to-know basis. That's fair. But yeah, it is one of those things that, like, in world, it can totally make sense. But when you're playing a game, sometimes, even when something makes, like, perfect sense, it's just, it makes things a little harder to enjoy, and I feel like the Nexus menu is a great example. Why put a slow-moving cursor? Oh, and I talked about it in the video, too. But the frame rate was limited in the menu, lower than the gameplay, for whatever reason. I don't know. I had to bring that up in the video just because it was so odd. And I never would have noticed it if it weren't for that goddamn cursor that slowly goes across the screen at 30 FPS when the rest of the game runs at 60 FPS. So it just looks choppy. Like, it just looks weird. I was so taken aback by the realization that the menus were capped at 30 FPS, but the gameplay wasn't. And it was another one of those things. I had so many things in Nexus that I had to boot the game up on a PS2 just to check if it was like an emulator thing or if it was an actual problem I need to complain about. The 30 FPS cap was an actual thing. Like, on the PS2, the game ran at a higher frame rate in gameplay than it did in the menus, and I don't know why. Because you'd think it would be the other way around, if anything.
Target identified.
I somehow remember this mission. It's so weird that I knew to swap to my chain gun as soon as I opened that door. I actually think I died, like, a bunch on the...
Target achieved.
Never mind, forget that I said that. Forget that I didn't die once on that mission. I never died once on that mission when I played the game the first time. That is an eye-opening moment of maybe I did miss out a lot in AC1 just because of the controls giving me such a hard time as like a first-time player. This was the Chief helmet, by the way. Because the visor details, or sorry, the detail pane or whatever is the visor. So I did make this like orange on the visor, and this was the helmet. This is what I was talking about, where I was like, I know it was a Gen 1 game because I remember using that helmet. Random thought just because I saw it. I smell a krill issue. In Diablo 3, the menu could overheat your PC. I never played Diablo 3, but every time I hear about it, I've played every other Diablo game. I played 1, 2, 4. I played like an hour of Immortal when it came out. I checked it out. I thought it was solid enough, but I already knew at that time like that it wasn't worth sinking time into because of the monetization stuff. So even though I thought like the base game was actually not bad with Immortal, I played like an hour, I saw what it was, and I moved on. 3 is the only one that I've never played. Is Diablo on my list? I had a moment the other night where I thought about doing Diablo as a series. Now it's on the list. Because not only would I be able to showcase 1 and 2, play 3 for the first time, shit on Immortal as a full video. Not because the base game is bad, but because like the systems for late game are unbelievably bad. And then do like an equal amount of defending and shitting on Diablo 4. Like a 50-50. Because that is what that video would be. Where's my text? There we go. I need the text for the FCS. I might be able to recognize. I remember there was one that I used. Was it this one? Oh no, it was this one. I was like, there was one FCS that I used like on every AC pretty much. It was the good old Trix Quad. Okay, give me back the default. It's the final season. Yeah, someday I'll have to get to Diablo 3. Because I like Diablo a lot. I'm a big ARPG guy in general, so. I played Diablo, I think it was Diablo 1 when I was a kid. It was kind of one of those things where it's like I was so young that I honestly don't remember if it was Diablo 1 or not. It was 1 or 2, I think it was 1. I played it on like my dad's work computer. But yeah, I played Diablo 1 when I was a kid. And then years later, I bought Diablo 1 and 2 on GOG, and I played the shit out of them. And then I never played 3, because I remember why I never played 3. Because I downloaded PoE when I moved to college, Path of Exile. And I'm still firmly of the belief that I don't think there will ever be a better ARPG. Maybe Path of Exile 2, but that's like the only thing that could do it for me at this point. Sorry. Let's play Armored Core. Good old Murakumo, my favorite. Problem occurred in the number 7 power plant of Isaac City. Due to security system trouble, the worker robots are out of control. Most of the robots have already been captured or destroyed, but some of them have entered the grounds of the power plant. Luckily, no major accident has occurred so far, but we cannot leave the situation as is. Because of the location, ordinary measures are useless. This is where we need your help. Oh, this mission. God damn it. We want you to destroy all of the robots within the power plant, but do not damage the generators or you risk causing a major explosion. If you destroy a generator, we will deduct compensation for the damages from your pay. The worker robots have no attack capability at all, but you must move cautiously. Isaac City Power Plant number 7. Destroy all worker robots. So complex that I refuse to interact with anything that's not common drops. Man, Path of Exile is so good. If you have ever played like Diablo and you've never checked out Path of Exile,
do you read me, Raven? Hitting a generator could cause
you're doing
an
yourself a
explosion,
disservice.
So please be careful.
Because genuinely, it's one of those things where I was worried. Yeah, there it is. I was worried about Diablo 4's release only because going in, I was like, I might not like Diablo 4 purely because it's just not on the level of PoE. Like, that was an actual worry of mine going into that release where I was like, Path of Exile might be so good that even if Diablo 4 is fine, I won't like it. That was not the case. I was able to play Diablo 4 and enjoy it. No, I'm dead! What the
AC unit destroyed. Combat halted.
I didn't think it would kill me! Oh my god, a machine gun is not the move for this. 25k? Oh my god. I did not think it would kill me. I would not have done that. You know, I should have just shot it. I should have just shot it. Killed you? It one-shot me. I had not taken a point of damage yet. I don't get to retry it. That's fine. Oh, I think I remember this one. Earth Environment Reclamation Committee. That's the debt mission? Yep, that'll do it. We want you to break into an old military facility remaining above ground to the southwest of Isaac City. This facility has been completely abandoned, but we have reason to believe it had been used as a testing ground for prototype weapons prior to the Great Destruction. If any of the companies get wind of this, a fight for this facility is inevitable. We immediately sent a survey team to find out the truth, but they ran into trouble. A gate within the facility suddenly closed and scrapped security MTs began operating. I read that wrong and got confused. After barely making it back to the first floor, the team is stranded behind the locked gate. The security MTs have been repulsed for now, but we don't know how long this mission will last, or how long this will last. Shit. We want you to rescue the team ASAP. Theater of Operations Old Military Facility. Rescue survey team. What was I talking about? Oh, I was gonna bring up the Diablo 2 Resurrected. I haven't played it.
System
I didn't
engaged.
buy Resurrected. But I love Diablo 2. I would probably love Resurrected. But because I was like a pretty new Diablo 2 player at the time, I was still kind of just playing Diablo 2. So I was like, oh, I'll get back to that someday. And I never did. I never got around to buying and playing through Diablo 2 Resurrected. Probably because of the hundreds of hours I played in Path of Exile. Oh, I was gonna talk about Path of Exile. That's what I was gonna say. That was the big one. Yeah, so I picked up, or I downloaded Path of Exile like right after I moved to Florida for college. And I haven't brought it up in the review series. It comes up a lot on stream because we talk about games so much here. But when I went to school, I studied game design and development. More design than development, though. But like designers need to know how to actually develop because A, you'll do it in the industry, and B, even if you get really high up into like a producer or director role, you need to have a really good understanding of how the development pipeline actually works to be a good director or producer. Anyway, I went to school for game design, and initially I thought I was gonna specialize in like level design, like scenario design, level design, that sort of stuff. That's what I thought I wanted to do going to school. But when I got to Florida, I knew like no one there. I also moved to Florida for college in like August of 2020. So it was still like full COVID lockdown in the US. So I couldn't go out and meet people in this new place. I was stuck in like my studio apartment all day, every day, with nothing to do when I first got there. So I downloaded Path of Exile, and within like a month of just playing it all the goddamn time, like I was in like Zoom lectures for school, and I had them like up on my second monitor, and I was just playing Path of Exile the whole time, sort of thing, right? Like listening to it, because you can kind of play it mindlessly, but I was just playing PoE the whole time during lecture, like every day. And it made me realize, through learning how that game works and just how many times I replayed that game to like experiment with shit, I was like, oh my god, I really like systems design and like balancing and stuff like that. So I ended up specializing in systems design, and then after school I worked as a systems designer for a little bit. Thank you for the sub, Vetus and Darky. Appreciate it. Thank you. Your Path of Exile is my Destiny 2. The game is pure crack. I'm glad I stopped playing. I never played Destiny 2. I played the first one back when it came out. I played it a lot with friends. I was never super invested in the Destiny grind. But I played it a ton just as like a social game where I would just play it with like my online friends from over the years. But yeah, I never got into Destiny 2. I never actually purchased it. I played the beta, and then like I thought the beta was solid, but it wasn't enough to like sell me on buying the whole thing. And I never ended up picking it up. Still to this day, I've never played retail Destiny. Oh, that's not true. I downloaded it when it went free to play. And if you don't know how the free-to-play experience is, if you don't buy expansions, it's a whole lot of nothing. Like, at the time, the main campaign of the game hadn't been, like, vaulted yet. So I thought I was gonna, like, buy the game and get to, like, play through the campaign on free-to-play without expansions and stuff. That was not the case. It was literally, like, you started at level 20, and you would just get to, like, well, from what I remember, they actually got rid of, like, the whole, you go to level 20 and then it turns into, like, light levels sort of thing. They actually, I remember that they gotten rid of that. They pretty much just started you at, like, light levels or power level, whatever it was called. And you just kind of went around doing, like, the open world areas, or, like, the Crucible. And you just do that on loop, and that's all that free-to-play offered. And I was like, wow, this is really fucking boring. And I bounced off of Destiny 2 so hard because of that. Which college in Florida? I went to Full Sail in Orlando. The game design school. If you know colleges in Florida, and you hear that I went for game design, you probably could assume. But yeah, I went to Full Sail. At some point, D2 becomes a second job. Is it actually that grindy? I mean, I had friends who grinded the shit out of D1, to be fair. I distinctly remember, and I will never forget this, back with Destiny 1, I barely played the game. Like, I really only played it to play with friends. I only had one character on the game. Like, I was that not invested in Destiny, for people who have ever played it. I do one Vault of Glass raid with my friends. The first raid I had ever done in the game. And at the end of the raid, the game drops me a Galahorn. And this was like pre-expansion Destiny, right? This was like launch Destiny. The game drops me a Galahorn. And the sheer rage of every friend of mine in the Xbox Live party who had been farming Vault of Glass for like 2 weeks straight, trying to get specifically that weapon, and had never seen it because it was like a 0.1% drop chance. And I got it that one time. And I didn't even play the game. So they were pissed because I got it and like I didn't even end up using it. I used it like when I played Destiny for an hour a week or so just to hang out with them, right? Like, oh my god, they were so mad. Because it was wasted on me too. Like, I was the last person in that party who should have gotten it because I never played. I never played that. And they were so, and I used it whenever I did play to flex it. But God, that's like my one Destiny memory. Anyway, from R. Is there any lore behind R? I feel like there's normally like some lore behind your handler in every game, but R, I don't remember anything about this guy. The Earth Environment Reclamation Committee has recently made a name for itself in the public eye. Professing the goal of reclaiming the above-ground environment, the committee has some of the most prominent scientists in the world as its members. However, there are many questions in regard to its true nature. There are rumors that it's actually an organization with some other purpose. I'll be in touch. Thanks. I don't live far from Full Sail. It's a pretty nice college. It is a nice college. When I first moved there to Florida, Orlando specifically. Oh shit. Don't type the letter R on its own in chat. The bot will hit you. There was a wave on YouTube a while ago where people would just go to chats and like the trolling thing to do was that you would type out the N-word like one letter at a time so that the auto mod wouldn't catch you. So the bot is set up to where if you type like an individual letter from the N-word without anything else with it, like if it's just that single character, it's gonna time you out for 30 seconds. It's only 30 seconds, but it'll clap you. So, warning on that. It happens from time to time when that's just not what people are trying to do. Like, it's a typo. It's weirdly a thing in the game this time. It happens. Sorry about that, but it is like an actual stream moderation thing. Because the amount of people that we had to ban for a while, because they just came in and like flooded the chat with it, that was one of the more obnoxious things on YouTube. Be a pirate. Sorry, when I moved to Florida, I didn't live like right by Full Sail because campus wasn't open. And like it was August, so COVID wasn't like showing signs of slowing down at all. It was still the time of like, we're gonna be in lockdown for a while. So my place was over by, my first place was over by, UCF. And if you know Orlando at all, and you've been over by UCF, there are some parts over by UCF that are really nice. I did not live in one of those parts, and good lord, man. I only lived there for 6 months because my apartment complex got shut down by the state, so I got out of my lease early. So I moved way to the other side of like northeast Orlando. Like I moved from like the east side to the west side of that portion. So much nicer. So much nicer. Way better place to live. Like as soon as I got that notice of termination, I was like, I am out. I am going like 20 minutes away. Sounds about right. Yeah. This means black in Spanish, so chatting in a game about SWAT teams was especially if you're on like if you're on any servers like in regions where Spanish is a primary language, I could see that being a thing. Like, it makes sense to ban it, but it is also just a word in Spanish. So this game has aged well, surprisingly. It's like, it's weird because you play the game and there's a ton of jank to it. Like, it's one of those games that's like, even if you love this game, there's like an undeniable jankiness to Gen 1 AC. But it's still just a really pleasant time to play it. Right? It's one of those games for me where it's like, I enjoy Gen 1, but I gave all the games kind of lower scores in Gen 1 outside of Master of Arena. Master of Arena won points for me for being so damn good. Outside of its like core jank. Pun not intended. But yeah, I scored them kind of low just because the game, like, especially like the frame rate is brutal. And like, the frame rate with the controls specifically is really brutal. But at the same time, I just have a good time playing this game. People on the Spanish chat had like Korean word filters that made no sense at all. What? Speaking of gacha games dropping, another thing that I tried to get into because of a friend when I first moved to Florida, like same time period that I would have gotten into PoE. Oh my god. One point of weight. Never mind, I don't get the assault rifle because these goddamn legs can't carry shit. What is the weight just really strict in Gen 1? Have I just been spoiled by like the more recent games or what? Hometown? You mean Orlando? Maybe I go for a sniper rifle. I want to change it up and not just default to like the machine gun. Oh, sorry. Right when I moved to Orlando, late 2020, hit game, still around, shockingly. Genshin Impact came out and was free to play. And like, I was streaming on Twitch at the time, and like people in my Twitch chat were all like, man, I've been playing this game and like, I don't even like gacha games, but like this game's pretty enjoyable. And I had a friend, like the one person that I knew in Orlando when I first moved there, she was my neighbor, and she was also going to Full Sail for, she was game art, but like a game program. And she was like, yeah, Genshin is really fun. But she was also like a weeb, like a big weeb. But she was like, Genshin is really fun, you should try it. And I tried to get into Genshin. I wanted to, because like at its core, it is kind of just like Breath of the Wild, where I could just like hop on and like try to do dailies while I was in my lecture for school. But like, I don't know, it never clicked with me. And I don't even feel like it was a bad game. It's just that moment where like I really got into it just never happened. Grew up there. Nice. I'm gonna try not to talk too much shit on Orlando, because like where my school was located, the first place I lived was not good. The other place I lived was actually nice, but Orlando was just too like big city for me. Like I'm from Minneapolis, which is a big city, but it's not that big. So for me, I was just like, nope. Once I was done with school, I moved back out of Orlando. But Orlando's definitely one of those cities where it's like the area that you're in makes such a difference. Hits all the right notes from the games it takes inspiration from. Yeah, it's like it wasn't a bad game, but that moment just never came where it like clicked with me. So I ended up just kind of falling away from it. Also, the pun about Red Flag and the China, or the game being made by Chinese devs. I see what you did there. Just now, several MTs thought to be terrorists appeared in an urban district indiscriminately. They attacked the surrounding buildings and fled. Guards rushing to the scene cornered one terrorist. Oh, this... Hold on. Where's my shotgun? I remember this mission. No. Geneva area? I don't know if I ever went over there. I didn't leave the city much while I was there. I did one, like right after I moved there, I did a road trip down to Naples with a buddy of mine. A buddy of mine from like high school who I stayed in contact with just playing games and shit after I moved. And then I shit you not, like I've known this guy for like 3 years. And we're just gaming one day, and he's like, hey, my birthday is coming up, and I'm gonna be going to Florida for my birthday if you wanna like do like a weekend trip or something. And I was like, what do you mean? And his family we all, like, everyone in the friend group always knew that their family was very rich, right? Like, their family's very well off. But he just decides to drop this on me. This thing that he never mentioned before where he's like, yeah, we have a condo in Naples that we, like, use as a vacation home. So I could fly into Orlando and then we could drive down to Naples, like, for the weekend and just crash there. What the hell do you mean you have a vacation home in Naples? So, of course, we did that. But I didn't get outside of Orlando very much while I was there. I went to Tampa a couple times. I went to Daytona for a Slipknot concert, but that was, like, the only time I went up there. Gulfside Beach. Literally, the condo was, like, on the beach, too. I shit you not. Like, the sort of thing where you go down to the first floor and you walk out the back door, and there's, like, a sidewalk and then the beach. Like, on the beach. And I was just like, you never mentioned that you had this. This never came up until, like, 3 days before I see it in person. One traffic light? That is a small town. Guards rushing to the scene cornered one terrorist in a nearby parking garage, but the garage has only one large entrance, so it's not easy to get to him. The rest of the gang is still fleeing, and we cannot spare any more men. Go to the scene ASAP and cooperate in destroying the terrorists. Several civilian vehicles remain in the garage. Damages to the vehicles will be deducted from your pay. Sorry, but we've got budget problems too. Good luck. The "we've got budget problems too" is so good. Those things sell for millions for, like, a tiny little hut. Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said,
System
we
engaged.
all always just knew that their family was very well off because, like, their house here is, like, multi-millions of dollars kind of house. So we always knew, and it's the friend that, like, whenever we all get together, even now that, like, I live back here, and a lot of us do, actually, currently, whenever we decide to, like, get together in person, we go to his house. Because they have legitimately, like, a multi-million-dollar home. God, I can't boost forward. Son of a bitch. Where did he go? So yeah, that was, like, a bomb. I was like, you guys have the house that you do in Minnesota, and you have a condo on the beach in Naples. That was actually really fun when he just randomly was like, yeah, you want to go to Naples for, like, a weekend road trip? Because it's like, what, 4 hours from Orlando? I think it was. The only downside was we drove down there together. Like, because he flew in and we stayed the night at my apartment. My studio apartment, mind you. That I just so happened to have, like, a small couch in. Lucky for him. But yeah, we stayed there for the night, and then the next morning drove to Naples for the weekend. That was great. Trying to be quirky and relatable. The budget problems thing is funny to me. Oh god. Oh god. Didn't he just say something? I thought he said that this was, like, the bottom floor. AC1 requires getting all the enhancements, but also beating the whole game without it. That would be... Like, that would be shit just because... Oh, I didn't do that. Just because, yeah, you'd have to play the whole game. I mean, you could just do a new save file afterwards, I guess. Right? Like, beat the game without it, and then instead of just carrying over on the same file, just start a new game. That would work, right? I don't know. I've barely used retro achievements. I used it, like, when I played God of War on stream, like the original. Because PCSX, I knew I missed one, 2, also has, like, integration with them. It's a great service, really. Albert, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Oh wait, I missed the thing The devs behind Genshin and Honkai are such massive nerds, it's not a joke. Tech otakus save the world, legit their slogan. Actually, that's kind of funny. Does it carry over from game to game in Gen 1? I don't think so. It could. Does it? Yes? We've now added the following AC parts. Oh, hold on. Okay, big legs. Less big legs. I actually think I use those legs a lot in, like, Master of Arena. Oh, wait, you mean from, like, Project Phantasma to Master of Arena? Yes. Sorry, I thought you meant, like, if you got it in one playthrough and then you started a new game, would it carry over? That's how I read that, and I was like, is that a thing ever? I was like, does Gen 2 do that or something? Do I need to beat the story to carry it over? No. When I did the Master of Arena video for the review series, I literally, because I hadn't used Human Plus yet up to that point, I started a new AC1 file, got all 6 like levels of Human Plus, and then just ported that new file over to Master of Arena. Like, I literally said, new game, got the Human Plus, moved it over with, like, no parts or credits or anything. Just Human Plus, but other than that, it was a fresh file. And it was actually really fun to do it that way. So far, and it's weird because I got so many comments early on with, like, the Master of Arena and Project Phantasma videos. I got so many comments early saying, like, while I get the idea behind you not carrying your save files over to the expansions, the few that people always said were like, you're gonna need to do it for Silent Line and Last Raven, were like the ones that everyone always said. Silent Line actually felt great off of a fresh save. I was going to port the file too for Silent Line just because so many people had said it. But then, if you've seen that video and you remember, while I was working on the AC3 video, I was building this new PC because I really needed a new PC. So like in the middle of it, in the middle of editing that video, I moved over to the new PC. So I then go to emulate Silent Line, and my save files for PCSX2 are on my old PC's hard drives, the PC that I had, like, brought to the storage unit the morning of starting Silent Line. So I would have had to, like, go and pull the drives out of it and then move the files over. So I just started a new one anyway. You really need it for Last Raven? I am currently playing Last Raven. I started yesterday. I did not move a save file over. I started fresh. To be honest, I think it feels fine, but maybe I'm just crazy when it comes to this. Like, I don't think it's that bad. The payouts are pretty generous in Last Raven. The only thing with Last Raven, I mentioned it earlier, the used part system is a pain in the ass for me because I like to do a lot of different builds during my playthroughs just to have, like, good footage for the videos to, like, swap between and just keep things, like, visually interesting instead of just having one mech for the whole run. So the used parts have made it a pain in the ass for me to do that specifically. But, like, other than that, if I was just playing, like, one main build through the game, I don't think I would have a problem with it. I feel like the payouts are perfectly fine. And the fact that every part is available pretty much outside of, like, secret parts. At least I'm at, like, the point where I think there's, like, 8 hours left on the doomsday timer, so to speak, that they use. So I'm, like, more than halfway. And there has been no point where just from finishing a mission, they say, hey, we added new stuff to the shop. It seems like outside of the secret parts, everything is there from the beginning, unless I'm mistaken. The used part system and booster acceleration are annoying. Like, booster acceleration is weird to me, because I even tried to tune for it, And it didn't feel all that different. It could have been the boosters I was using when I did that. But I tried to like put all 10 of the tuning points into acceleration just to see it. And it did not really feel different. I haven't played any of the older ones. Oh yeah, if you use a part in a mission and then you go to sell it to like swap it out for something else, it sells for less than you bought it for. So you do end up losing money. Which, to be fair, is how you would expect it to work in literally any game that's not Armored Core. But because Armored Core never did that until like the 11th game in the series, it makes it feel weird in that game. I'm talking so much that I'm struggling to remember what I'm doing in the garage. If you're wondering why it's taking me so long every time, it's because I'm talking so much. Like, that whole time was just me trying to remember that I was there to buy the assault rifle. Or to sell my shotgun, even. Destroy Fuel Depot. That's the one! That's the one! It has the weapon. And I actually know where this one is already. So, Murakumo Millennium, baby. We want to perform a secret survey of a chemical dyne Why did I say research lab located in the East region. We have heard many troubling rumors about a certain company's research. I have the hiccups. I'm trying to hold them in. From the information that we've gathered so far, this seems to be Chrome's doing. Your mission is a diversionary action in support of the survey team entering the lab. Attack the fuel depot adjacent to the lab and blow up all of the fuel tanks inside. The survey team plans to enter the lab during the commotion. You must escape from the depot after blowing up all the tanks. If discovered by the guards, you'll have trouble. There's probably a large number of tanks in the fuel depot. Be careful to avoid damage from the explosions. Theater of Operations, Chemical Dyne Lab Fuel Depot. Destroy all tanks and escape. I know where this one is just because I got comments telling me about it on the older videos. So, like, I've never seen footage of someone picking it up, but I know from comments, like, where people have said it is. Because in my Master of Arena video, after I bought it from the shop, I was like, why did you guys not tell me this thing existed? Oh, no. No FCS. This shit... Okay, speaking of brutal things in Last Raven, because I talked a little bit about that earlier, just from initial impressions. God, the ECM jamming in that game. Jesus Christ. Like, why is there so much? Getting destroyed in Last Raven? I have not had any parts destroyed. I did have to, like, Google how the damage system worked when I first started getting, like, messages of it saying, like, hey, your legs are damaged. I was like, what do you mean my legs are damaged? So I Googled it so that I could, like, write it into my notes for writing the script when I'm done, right? So I know that my parts can get destroyed. And in that case, if a part gets destroyed in a mission, if I'm understanding right, I just have to buy a new part. Like, it's just, it's dead. It's dead. I should have brought the unguided missiles, because that would have made aiming actually pretty easy. Oh, here we go. Right as I'm saying it, my FCS comes back. Let's go. I'm ready now. Buy a new set? Yeah, that's wild. Oh, I need to be destroying the tanks. Hold on. Let me go back. These tanks. Gotta go. Yeah, I've destroyed parts on other ACs mid-fight, which has been interesting. Because I haven't really gotten to, like, see how that works when I destroy them. I've had instances where, like, I get the message from, like, the computer saying enemy AC leg parts destroyed, or whatever it says. But then immediately as it says that, like, the whole AC gets blown up because it was already low on health. Some things feel kind of like an afterthought or an annoyance. Yeah, I think they just wanted to, like, really sell how brutal that game was. And some of the things do feel like they were a little underbaked, or maybe just even, like, put in without much thought to, like, even if it's cool, and even if it works thematically, like, is the game better because we included this? Which, to be fair, even if you're a professional game designer, that question sucks. Because everyone's natural inclination with anything is to say yes. But the answer, if you ever get asked that question, like if someone, after you explain a feature, asks you, how does this make the game better? You already know, just from the question being asked, that it more than likely does not make the game better. And it's
Enemy
probably
approaching.
hurting the game overall.
Danger. Danger.
Like, if you ever even
Danger.
get asked that question, that's already a bad sign.
Obtained.
There's my boy. I'm gonna equip that real fast. But yeah, there's some stuff in Last Raven especially that is that question, like, embodied in a mechanic. Just like, yeah, your leg's getting destroyed. It's cool, especially with, like, just the general themes of the game. But is that, like, is that enjoyable? And even enjoyable can be a weird word. Because enjoyable doesn't have to mean that it, like, makes the game easier for players, because a lot of time people will say that. Like, oh. Like, if you're hurting the player, it's going to be less enjoyable, regardless of how you do it. That's not really the case. Like, one of my favorite things in classic Resident Evil, and you might notice a pattern if you're new here, where if I talk about a game design concept, I will go to Resident Evil a lot. It's because I grew up playing it a lot. I understand those games really well. Sorry, anyway. Classic Resident Evil has limited save items. Like, you have to have an ink ribbon and physically go to a typewriter to be able to save your game. So throughout an entire playthrough of, like, classic Resi, you only get to save like 30 times, and it's PS1, so if you die, there's no auto-saves or checkpoints or anything. You go back to the last time you saved the game. So there's like a balancing act of making sure you have enough ink ribbons to be able to save when you want to or need to, but also being saved recently enough that when you die, you don't go back like an hour plus, right? It's really good, but it hurts the player. But it's fun for the player to manage that system. Even though it sounds inconvenient at first, once you start playing with it, it adds a lot of tension to the game, and it is actually really enjoyable to work within. Resident Evil's peak game design. I'm glad it's not me saying it.
Enemy approaching.
That's all.
Danger. Danger.
I'm just glad it's not
Danger.
me. Oh, there it is. I was like, I'm missing a tank? Or two. Am I missing more? The Kurosawa was named after an old FromSoft producer. I actually didn't know that one. There was a producer, I'm assuming on this game then, named Kurosawa. I'm assuming, is that a last name? I don't know Japanese at all. Oh, do you just have to fight the MTs, like, regardless of if you get all of them or not? Hello, could you not? Yeah. Last name, I believe. I actually did not know that one. Okay, it's not one of those, like, go back and actually leave. I just missed a tank somewhere. I like the quads. I like that they are, like, glidey in Gen 1 instead of the spider leg thing. It is just, I think the spider leg is cooler visually, but I like that this is just different from the rest. I might swap off quad legs at some point. They feel a little limiting in Gen 1. Which, if you've been in streams, you've heard, or AC streams, you've heard me talk about how in, like, Gen 3 and now 3.5, I've discovered my love for quad legs. I'm an avid quad leg enjoyer. But here, they just feel too slow. Like, I have to go heavy to be able to carry even just a rifle and a back weapon. Like, I'm not trying to carry a whole lot. My other body parts are all, like, mid-weight. But, like, the fact that I need to go this slow even just to carry what I have right now, I feel too limited by these. Where the hell am I missing a tank? I think they... Now that you say it, they might be gliding in Gen 2. I don't remember. Were they? I know for sure Gen 3 they're not, because Gen 3 is where I started using them. And I really like the spider leg kind of animation to it. I think they were. Were they? My controller vibrated. Completely invalidated by Human Plus. Yeah. Karasawa's biped only? Wait, really? What? Well, then I guess I am swapping to the biped. Hey, biped was the runner-up when we ran the poll for what leg type to go with, so... Look, we all understand why this has to happen now, right? Karasawa is... Where the hell is this thing? Are there more wall cubbies, maybe, that I missed? In one of these rooms? Oh my god.
Targets destroyed.
How did I miss that one? Hello, Colton.
Raven, that is enough.
Alright, Bruno,
Go
I'll
back
see you
now.
around. And have a good rest of your day. Oh, I do have to go back. Also, not being able to boost, like, forward along the ground. That's not a thing in the later gens, is it?
Target achieved.
I mean, obviously not 6, but, like... even in, at least, Gen 3.5, I literally was playing with quads this morning on Last Raven. So unless I'm crazy, you're able to boost along the ground going forward with them too, right? Wondering why it's taking half an hour to blow up 20 tanks that are all right next to each other? It's the camera. Come on, they have to understand it's the camera. There are many things about the Chemical Dyne Company that make it hard for one to say that it's a company with a good reputation. Although it has achieved a solid... I did read that right. A solid position as a biochemical manufacturer, the rumors of dangerous experiments and chemicals refuse to be quelled. In addition, it is a known fact that Chrome has been a major factor in their development through joint venture relationships. I'll be in touch. Okay. Alright, the build's getting changed up. What do we got? Wait, I need to go sell some shit. Hold on. I can sell the AR and the legs, and I probably will change up some body parts here too. Those legs were so expensive. The AR is a solid chunk of cash. There she is. Using this thing in AC1, and especially Project Phantasma, I feel like is going to be life-changing. Because, man, when I played Master of Arena, just mid-weight biped with a Karasawa, that was all I needed. I got through that game the most easily out of all of the Gen 1 games, and honestly, I feel like Master of Arena should have been the hardest game for me of the 3, but it really was not. It was by far the easiest time I had getting through any of the Gen 1 games. And I think it was just because I discovered the Karasawa and the midweight, just the Karasawa. That was the difference. I did use Human Plus for the first time in that game as well, but I don't think that that was like a defining reason that the game was substantially easier. I don't need the radar. I realized while I was just zooming around on that level, I've had that radar on like the whole time. Are those the default arms? Did I buy those arms? I think I bought those arms. I could be wrong. Let's get a new headpiece. Oh, those are legs. Ooh, I like the look of this one a lot, especially when you paint it and you just color the eyepiece. I really like the look of that one. Unfortunately, the headpiece that I really like the look of in Gen 1 is only in Master of Arena. There's a sweet headpiece that they added in that game. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't think the stats on the headpieces are all that important in Gen 1. At least not from what I remember. I could probably... Where's my text? Hello? No description. Probably fit that. With the Karasawa, I'm probably going to want some option parts here soon. Get some of those ones that buff the energy weapons. Oh, I didn't get any new arms. Come on, man. Oh, wait, the core. I did not swap the core out. Oh, wait. This was before they did that bullshit. Was it Gen 3 that added the thing? I never brought this up in a video because it's such a small thing that it's not worth giving the time to. Because I get, like, obsessive over my video pacing. It's the one video that I really don't like in the review series. It's entirely because I hate the pacing in it. But, sorry. The change where you need to not have the core piece equipped to any AC to be able to sell it. Which then, I mean, I've only played like a day of Last Raven, so correct me if I'm wrong. But in Last Raven, I don't think you can have any I don't think you can sell any parts while they're equipped in Last Raven. That shit drives me nuts when I'm trying to like swap out my builds. So I'm like, man, just let me clear out like my inventory of parts, get my money back, and start working with it again. I hate that I can't, okay, I can easily carry this stuff. I've got room to spare. That I can't remember? I think so. I can't even remember, and I was playing the game this morning. But I think that was the case. We're looking better. We could use a repaint now that I've abandoned my, like, default frame parts. At that point, I usually have all the parts. Yeah. Oh, what do I... Do I go option parts? Do I upgrade? I should probably upgrade my FCS and my boosters before I start going option parts, right? Like, it seems like it's just the smart way to approach that to me. How much is that one FCS that I loved in Gen 1? The quad? 60. Alright, I gotta play a mission. No option parts yet, but we're getting somewhere. Oh wait, the paint! The paint! Was this pre... what's it called? This doesn't have... Oh, it has shitty patterns. Nope. Preset paint colors. Yeah, it was. Alright, we're gonna have to... I don't want to spend 20 minutes painting. I said it when we played AC6. I do sit here for like 10 minutes at a time painting ACs when I'm doing the videos, but when I'm streaming, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to sit here and have everyone be waiting for me to finish up the painting just so that my AC looks cool. You know what? I'll paint him off stream. I've got like 40 minutes left of stream today before I go back to working. Between now and the next AC stream, I'll just paint him off stream. I remember being surprised that there were patterns in the PS1 games. The patterns look like shit in the PS1 games, but there are patterns. I never used them. Guard Freight Train has a part. It has a head. Destroy the containers farthest away from the railroad tracks. You should find the part inside one of the containers. Should be in one of the containers farthest away from the railroad tracks. They said that twice. Near the back center. So far away from railroad tracks. To Last Raven, I think. I think it was AC3. Oh shit, I didn't skip reading, I skipped this, my bad. Murakumo. We have an emergency. We've been informed of a plan to attack our long-haul freight train, Boulder. We're unsure of the enemy's exact target, but it's likely that they are after the confidential cargo in the lead car. The train's next stop, Heaven's Rock Supply Depot, has very little cover. We feel that this would be an opportune location for the enemy to attack. Go ahead of the train ASAP and head for the supply depot. Give highest priority to ensuring the safety of at least the lead car. My nose is itchy and I'm trying to resist just scratching it. The cars further back are not particularly important at this time, but we will up your pay by 10,000 credits if all the cars are safe. We're counting on you, Raven. Notice how small that bonus is. They're like, oh yeah, if you perfectly pull this off, we'll give you an extra 10k. Am I gonna stream AC4 or for answer or for a video? For those, generally with me streaming AC at this point, it'll probably mostly be through this. Through doing 100% in all of them. Which is probably more of a long-term goal.
Engaged.
Rather than something that I'll get done in like a timely manner. At least right now, there's so many games coming out. Oh my god, it one-shots those. Okay, farthest from the train tracks. Is that just this? Is it? It said like back center, so maybe it's like these. Oh. Wait, there it is. Yeah, booyah.
AC head of train.
That one wasn't hard. Oh god. Okay, I need a wider FCS sometime soon, if this is what I'm going to be working with. And boosters. I need better boosters, too. Jesus! The frame rate and the controls. Okay. So now, even with just how much better I've gotten from so many hours with the old gen games, I can tell that it's not the controls alone that I struggled with so much, but also like the disorienting frame rate. Because I never went back to Gen 1 after moving on to Gen 2 and 3, right?
This is Boulder. We're almost
So
at
I
the
just
destination.
never got to see, like, yeah, even once I've gotten better with the old gen controls, the
Unknown
frame rate
craft
is
approaching
brutal on
rapidly.
me.
Unknown
Like, I just
craft
struggle to
approaching
keep up with what's
rapidly.
happening sometimes. Oh, here he comes. Yeah, this was a memorable mission, just because of this. Like, the first AC fight in the game, and that's how they introduce him. Jesus, that lock on time. Where is he? They actually, speaking of, they spent a long time building up to... Oh, well, there goes a car. He's on the other side. God damn it. Building up to the first AC fight in this game. Oh, boy. Oh, I shot the train. It's fine. Oh, it's not fine.
This is Boulder. Refueling complete. We're underway.
Well, I did my job. And I did it well. No bonus for me, but the client will be happy. Literally the one car that couldn't get destroyed was the only one that didn't. Like how the music gets all intense? Yeah, that one I could never remember. Second disc for Nexus? No. The only downside to how much interaction the review series gets is that I do answer these questions,
Battle
but they
over.
just get buried in the
Combat
comments.
system disengaged.
I didn't play it at all personally, because up to this point I've been like, I just play the game, I don't touch the bonus content, and I had this, that's where the idea for like streaming for 100% after I finished the game came from. It's just like, I can go back and replay the game, like with people who watch the videos here, but also I can do the content that I didn't do the first time around. I do know what the second disc is. I had a bit in the video, but the Nexus video was so long that I cut the bit where I mentioned disc 2. The red AC. We never imagined that the guy in the red AC would show up. The owner of that red AC was originally well known as a very able raven. Then one time he failed to complete a mission and was never heard from again. The AC reappeared several years ago. Since then, every time that he appeared on a battlefield, he would act like a mad dog, indiscriminately attacking anyone, over and over. There are some who say that he was just looking for a place to die. Now no one will know the real reason for his actions. I like him as just like a random little offshoot character. Iguazu reference. Weirdly similar to Iguazu now that you say it, actually. Ooh, how did I end up looking at those? Me when I make a single mistake. Do I have to just expand it for AP and stuff? There it is. The map type shouldn't matter, right? What is noise canceling? It shouldn't matter with the no radar, because I grabbed Human Plus, right? So I can use 9-ball head. It actually looks kind of clean with it, too. I'll take it. Was a plus victim. I feel like they're... When I said in the original video, I got comments on the original video, because I had like a comment about FromSoft being a little more cryptic in their storytelling, the way that like Souls fans would be familiar with. And a lot of people were like, I don't know, I feel like the story's pretty straightforward in Armored Core. And it was just a writing mistake on my part, where what I meant was more like, there's so much like finer detail outside of just the main events that is there, but like not overtly. Like stuff like that, where he's a Human Plus subject who, like, it just kind of drove him crazy after he had, like, one thing to set him off. But they, like, make a side mention of it once, and then that's about it. Something you only need in the fuel tank mission keeps your lock on. Oh, it's like anti-ECM jam from later games. But yeah, they don't really do it much in the older, especially Gen 1. So I guess it's there. Sure. Hold on. Get me a bigger lockbox. Please, for the love of God, I can't aim. I could probably afford some good boosters right now, too. So, boosters? I don't remember. I don't really remember boosters at all. From Gen 1. So I'm kinda just gonna look at boost power. Let's just slot in the biggest boost power and see what happens. This can only go well. I see no potential downside to this whatsoever. I mean, it fits. I can carry it weight-wise and energy-wise, so it must be good. I saw that like the boost or the power drain on it was more, so if that's a problem, I can swap it for something a little more balanced out. Option parts. Every time I go to look at them for the first time in a new gen, it's just like, okay, what do I need? What do I not need? That's probably gonna be really good. This is the classic, like, it just kind of massively increases your generator capacity. I'll start there. Because I know that using the Karasawa, that's going to be a big play for me. I haven't saved my game in a while. Oh, that's mail. I keep looking at the computer and thinking it's the settings. Rokumonson has all mine parts, but it's never explained why. They always have those little details. Yeah. Or even, like, just the subtlety of, this one, pretty much, someone in chat, like, spelled this out to me. I would not have picked up on it completely. When I was doing the All Mind Arena in AC6, I realized that Steel Haze was one of their, like, top 3, like, AC units. And I was like, All Mind made Steel Haze? But then on my 3rd playthrough, I asked why Rusty wasn't there at the end of the game. Like, I literally said, where is Rusty in this ending? Because I was pissed because he hadn't died yet. And I was like, at the end, so I was like, are they not, does he just not get to, like, have a heroic moment or what? Like, they just shafted him in this ending? Which they did. But the reasoning is because All Mind has you in the 3rd ending. Like, they have no need for Rusty because they already have you. So Steel Haze, is it Ortis? Like, his revised version? Doesn't exist in the 3rd ending because they never need to make him an AC to pilot. And I was like, oh, that's actually, like, a really good detail that instead of outright explaining it through the story, they just leave it as is. Ethan, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. I thought it was really well done with that one specifically. All Mind made Ortis? Yeah, it's one of the ACs that you fight, like, in the All Mind training when the lore stuff is saying, like, it's ACs that they made to better allow humans to connect with their ACs or whatever. Ortis is one of those ACs that you fight in, like, the extra arena. It's the little things. Stuff like that. And that's why he's completely absent in the 3rd run of the game. Like, after the time that you fight him and he runs off, he just never gets another AC in that ending. And they just don't outright tell you that. They just let you sit with it and figure it out. I wouldn't have put that all together on my own. That was chat. Come participate in a combat test against a new weapon currently under development. Anyone is okay as long as they can fight. We want combat data for the current prototype. Your opponent, Chaos, is a completely automated robot and the location is inside our lab. No need to be timid. Give it all you've got. However, you get paid only if you win. No slacking off. This may not... I keep thinking I'm not reading it right. This may not be much of a challenge to you Ravens, but you can make a fast buck. Think of it as an easy job. Chrome Weapons Lab, Chaos 0.8. Pretty sure Elcano? 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 Hold on, let me... I'm pulling up. There's got to be like a wiki page. Oh god, it's Fextra though. Alright, fine. If Fextra's got the only wiki stuff for 6. Do they have any, like, lore shit here? Do they? Nope, they do not. Alright, great. Never mind. I was gonna see if I could just get, like, a quick... Like how we all have different interpretations about what happens in all the paths. Yeah. I mean, over time, it'll be like every Souls game when it comes out has, like, all these interpretations.
The test MT
but then, like, the longer the game is out, the more the community just, like, collectively agrees on one thing.
All you've got.
So that will inevitably happen.
System engaged.
But definitely, like, those two things together for me make a lot of sense. Like, All Mind making it, and then that's why he's completely absent after you destroy his main AC in the 3rd run. Is just because All Mind already has you doing what they want you to. So they have no need for Rusty in that timeline.
Thank you for your help.
It makes too much sense for me. You can't tell me it's wrong. It makes too much sense. Because in the 3rd one, he does just, like, after that fight, he's gone. Like, they don't even mention him again. He just dips. Too convenient. I was still under the assumption that it was just ACs All Might had assimilated. Oh. Is it that? It could be that. I've only done the, I was gonna say one playthrough, but you know, the 3 playthroughs that I did once each. Are you aware of the Human Plus project? No, never heard of it. Human Plus technology developed by Murakumo is an advanced technology whereby the organs of the body, mainly the nervous system, bones, and muscle tissue, are replaced with artificial replacements which give the subject abilities vastly superior to those of an ordinary man. People who have undergone this operation are called the Plus, the ranks of which include soldiers and bodyguards for VIPs. Rumor has it that several of the top-ranking Ravens are also Plus. Hiccup. There it is. However, the reason why Murakumo, supposedly an industrial manufacturer, originally developed this technology is still a mystery even now. I'll be in touch. I love how our good friend R just drops all this knowledge on us, all this lore, and he'll say something ominous like, seems weird that an industrial manufacturer would make superhuman enhancements, huh? Anyway, we'll talk to you later. See you around. He just says the most wild shit, and then he's like, goodbye. There's like, it's such an abrupt cutoff every time. Love that guy. I wonder, the AC wiki is pretty extensive for the old games. Okay, that is a guitar. That's what I get for Googling AC1R. There's literally an acoustic guitar called an AC1R. Because of course there is. R, person, there we go. Hold on. Hold on. This is not what I thought this was going to be. What? Okay. R Fool is a Raven seen exclusively in Armored Core Last Raven Portable's EX Arena. Did I miss an AC6 debate? A little mini lore debate. You fight that one, so I'm not sure how much I buy that all my oh. Shit, sorry my neck. I hope my mic is not picking that up. I thought All Mine made that one too. I was, because of like the lore in the arena fights, I was so under the assumption that All Mind made all three of those. But you might be right. Sorry, anyway. Chrome mission. Upon success based on results. I love these missions because normally they pay better than like any other mission. We want you to wreak havoc on Gal City. The job is simple. Just attack the urban area and fire at will at any attractive target. If one finds oneself in danger, one who does not have the power to resist must depend on someone else. If you have the power, come to us at Chrome. You have 3 minutes for tactical operations. Staying any longer is useless. If you stay too long, we don't know what sort of trouble will happen. Your pay will be determined based on the results. Simply put, the more you destroy, the higher your pay. Good luck. Yep, this is a thematic storytelling classic right here. Corporation just being like, yeah, if you go destroy a bunch of shit, you just shoot everything.
System
You're gonna make people
engaged.
think that they need more protection. We sell said protection. It's a win-win. These boosters don't even feel all that fast. Like, I forgot that I had gone out of my way to buy the fastest boosters. Like, the ones with just the most boost power. And they don't feel anywhere near as crazy. Sorry, I had to just double check real quick to make sure that there were no hidden parts, because I forgot to look. Yeah, later gen games, if you get, like, the highest boost power boosters, dude, you start to just fly all over the screen. Like Silent Line and AC3 especially. I made a couple of builds that, like, you know, I built them out in the garage, and then I went into like a mission or the arena to play with them.
You in the AC.
And they were
Surrender
too fast
immediately.
for me to control, like, well. I just
If you
couldn't
resist,
handle it.
we will attack without mercy.
Go ahead. I have the best weapon in the game. Boop, boop. Dead. See that? The hops are huge, though. The hops are actually crazy. That might be the big boost power factor here. Those are some big jumps. Did Chrome write a haiku? Or did I just read it weird and it sounded like it? I didn't catch it if they did. Buckle up for 4th gen. I've heard everyone say that 4th gen is crazy fast. And I'm completely down for... Like, if I need to adjust because the game is just so insanely fast, that sounds more like a good thing than a bad thing for me, personally. I like
Enemy
fast
approaching.
combat a lot.
Danger.
In any
Danger.
game. Just like a
Danger.
universal thing.
Name of AC. Valkyrie.
Oh, I don't think I ever killed this AC on my first run. Because at this point, I probably would have had like one of the little machine guns, like the first couple that are on the weapon list. I distinctly remember this now. Did they kind of reuse this in Another Age? Not really. A very similar mission though, where like you're just going around destroying like all the MTs in the city in that one. And then the AC gank shows up. That mission was bullshit, by the way. Another Age was so big that it kind of got lost in the weeds, and I never remembered to like write about that in the video, but holy shit, that mission sucked. That was before I was doing notes the way I should have been the whole time. I think the first video that I properly... What is that? Did notes for was AC3. Was that Valkyrie dead? Yeah, that is. What weapon did she just have? Because that shit just about broke my game.
Time over.
That brought everything
Combat
to a
halted.
screeching halt. The frame rate destroyer? What was that? Really? All that work? I destroyed like every car there. 26k. Slug shoulder weapon. Good to know. I will surely do nothing with this information. Where's the mail? I'm assuming it's about Valkyrie. From the Raven's Nest standpoint, as long as someone pays our price, we have no say in regards to the content of the mission. This means that sometimes Ravens may fight against each other. This time, you fought against the ranking Raven, Los Vais. He's one of our top-ranked Ravens. You should consider yourself lucky to have escaped with your life. I'll be in touch. Slug gun in the shop is much slower. Now I'm disappointed. I feel like I didn't get many comments about it until more recently. And I wonder if part of it might be like newer AC fans coming in from 6. Valkyrie's a she. Is it a mistranslation? Because like I assume she when I hear Valkyrie because like mythology. But I guess not. Sorry, I've gotten more comments on the review series recently. There's me. I made it to the top 10. I'm in. Of people saying that they don't like the older gen games, or some of the more difficult ones, specifically like Silent Line and Last Raven, because of how much like the enemies will cheat. And how, especially with those two, like Human Plus got taken away in those games. So you can't cheat back like you can in Gen 1 and 2. I've gotten more comments like that recently, and I wonder if maybe it's more new fans. This mission has a secret part, so I'm doing it. Chrome, 32k is a good amount. Her art shows a woman? Oh, okay. We've uncovered a plan to destroy our underground factory in the Whiteland area. We think that Murakumo is behind it. We are not sure of the specific details, but since the factory is underground, they can't do anything unless they get inside. So we want someone to guard the entrance of the factory. The gate cannot be opened from outside as long as the lock system is not destroyed. We'll need several days to put up a full-scale security system. of course will pay you during that period whether or not there is an attack. Not a bad job, huh? Do it well. It's a valid complaint. Mostly because, like, there was a way to, like, earn those cheats for yourself for the most part in the old games. But, you know, then that got taken away. Search the northeast corner. In the out of area zone, there's a container with the part inside. Yeah, I don't know much about Japanese as a language at all, but I know a lot about the games industry.
System engaged.
And back in the 90s and early 2000s,
Enemy approaching.
Japanese to English
Danger.
translation
Danger.
was a
Danger.
very common thing to find mistakes. Like, localization was normally an iffy process back in the day, especially before it was like something that got taken all that seriously. And one of the most common mistranslations, like a super simple one that's really common, is flipping he and she. And so while I don't know about any Japanese, like in terms of the language compared to English, the OG Resident Evil, oh yeah, that's like a fun example though, where it's so goddamn funny. Hold on, I need to go to the northeast corner. Hopefully not much damage is done. There's a container up here. Bro, what is this? What a hidden part. Jesus Christ.
Booster obtained.
All right, we go back. But he and she getting flipped is really common in localization, so I'm wondering if maybe it's harder to differentiate when trying to, like, translate Japanese to English. Granted, it's like the only localization that I really know,
approaching.
because it's the most common.
Danger.
Because there's
Danger.
so many game developers in Japan, especially like really big AAA ones. So to be fair, I don't really know much about any localization process that isn't Japanese to English. What is that? What just shot a missile at me? Is that an AC? That is an AC. I don't think I ever did this mission on my first run of the game. Oh yeah, I definitely didn't, because I went Murakumo for the majority of the game. Oh, yeah, Karasawa did its thing. Okay. This was... Oh, what the... No! Are these not ACs? Wait a second.
Target achieved.
Were those like the ones from early on with the truck? I don't think those were ACs. So I was like, is that just because... I know... Was it AC2? I got a lot of comments explaining to me that I didn't think the game was as hard, because the AC fights, for some reason, always have half health. Like, they start at half of their total AP, for whatever reason in that game. And there's apparently not a single exception to that. Or, if I'm believing comments, at least there's not an exception to that. Factory Affair Report. We received the report on the battle. You did quite a job. We didn't expect so much firepower to be thrown into the fight, but the fact that you managed to repulse them all by yourself was amazing. I like it. To tell the truth, we thought of you Ravens as no more than convenient throwaways, but I guess we will have to rethink our position. Anyway, good job. That is all. Thank you. Man, the RE trilogy, 1, 2, and 3 on PS1, if you've never played them, do yourself a favor and just, like, try to find, like, a funny voice acting compilation or something of that trilogy. Because holy shit, that was before Japanese devs, like I was just saying, like, really took the English localization all that seriously. And the gaming industry in general was more in its infancy. So it was not very common. There's Dark Soul. It was not very common to have, like, good Japanese to English voice acting or translation or anything of the sort. And good lord above. That trilogy has, like, probably some of the worst voice acting and writing, like, character dialogue in any game trilogy I've ever played, but in, like, the best way. Like, in the funniest, most weirdly charming way that you could think of. The master of unlocking. Barry alone in RE1 is like 80% of the memes from Resident Evil come from him. We want you to guard a new type of radar for ACs that we have developed. A prototype model is now stored in the warehouse at the wharf, but for some reason the security system does not function at all. There's a good chance that someone intentionally sabotaged the system. It's probably the work of Chrome agents. You must protect the radar for your mission to succeed. We do not know the enemy's target, but you must not let them steal or destroy the radar. Do not let anyone near the warehouse until the system is restored. We're counting on you, Raven. Hold on, let me read where it is. Search the... Sorry, wrong mission. It's inside the warehouse you start next to. You will fail the mission. Do I have to destroy it? Do I have to destroy a warehouse? I think you... Oh! I will fail the mission because I'm stealing the part I'm there to protect. Alright, well, I need all the parts for 100%, so there we go. I guess it's in the one that I start
System
next
engaged.
to. And...
Enemy approaching. Danger. Danger.
Oh.
Danger.
Well.
Radar obtained. Breach of contract.
Breach of contract! No way! That's a thing in this game? It's just like, well, you broke your contract. Time to go back to the garage. I never saw that in any of the Gen 1 games. Breach of contract. Thanks for the parts, suckers. Man, I don't even use radars. I got Human Plus. Don't even lose money? Well, I guess it's because I just stole the part, right? Like, why would I lose money? I stole the part and dipped? That makes sense, weirdly. Oh, gets the radar first and then Human Plus to reset the mission count. I don't care about the failed missions, to be fair. I already failed one earlier. I feel like I should equip it. Just, you know, I stole it. If I stole it, if I breached my contract for it, I should at least wear it. It's like common courtesy, you know? It would be wrong for me not to. You are protecting the part just by taking it with you. They'll never get it. There's also a part... Oh, it's not a secret part. It's just one that you get for completing the Dark Soul mission. It is... I thought it when I played the game for the first time. It is a very funny coincidence that they have a mission in here just called Dark Soul. And then, what, like... 14 years after this game, that is the pretty much exact title of the game that would like bring FromSoft into mainstream success. I get a lot of comments saying that like Demon Souls was the one. Demon Souls did not sell well. Sony didn't renew the contract with FromSoft to make a sequel. FromSoft wanted to make a Demon Souls 2. Sony refused to, like, pay them for a contract for Demon Souls 2. Like, that's a legitimate part of the studio's history. Dark Souls, gameplay-wise, is very much Demon Souls 2, if you've ever played both of them. It's just they couldn't name it Demon Souls or reuse the IP because Sony wouldn't greenlight a sequel for them. The only reason that Dark Souls exists is because Demon Souls, while it was received very well critically, it didn't sell well enough for Sony to pay for a second contract. And then Sony, immediately after Dark Souls, was like, okay, can you maybe make another one? And then we got Bloodborne, but that's a whole other part of the story. Hello Susan, how's it going? The gang Dark Soul broke into our property at Heaven's Rock, stole several tanks, and fled. Since they stole tanks, we cannot leave them alone. Go and defeat them as soon as possible. Judging from their direction of escape, they seem to be hiding in the Zam Desert. In that area, many mines remain. left from the war, be very careful. Note that your pay for this mission is not cash, but AC parts. I definitely did this. Because I had that part. I know that I did this for sure now. And I remember the mission. Tanks with landmines everywhere. I do remember this. So to answer the question from like 2 hours ago, I did complete the Dark Soul mission when I played the first time.
We've arrived at the combat area. Many mines have been planted in this area. Be very careful in your movements.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I took like every
System
mission that got me
engaged.
a free part. Because I was like, you know what's better than getting cash to buy parts? Getting a part that I can only get from this mission. And it's free? I don't even have to pay for it? Oh, man. Okay. It's starting to actually feel good. This is like the moment where I suddenly have like a reason to fly around with like all my Human Plus and AC1 Karasawa goodness. And it's like, yep. I don't even have like the
Target
optional parts
achieved.
to cut how much energy the Karasawa uses or anything yet. But that was what I was expecting more of, where I'm like, if I go back and play Gen 1 now, with like just how much I got used to the control scheme and everything, and how much more I know about how to play these games, it'll be a way better experience. And that was one of those click moments. That soundtrack is a bop. A lot of AC1's soundtrack is a bop. I would recommend it. Like all of the old AC games, you can just search up the OST on YouTube, and people have uploaded like the full like CD release versions of the soundtracks. The only downside, it's what I use for the music in the videos, the review series. The only downside is that they are super loud, like ridiculously loud. When I'm editing, I have to turn that shit down to like negative 30 decibels or more for some tracks to use it like as background music. It's really, really loud. I don't know why, but it's a thing with all of those like big hour-long OST videos. The Frighteners theme in AC2 is good. I really like the music in pretty much every game. I heard people say that Last Raven's OST is bad. And I mean, I haven't even finished the game yet. I'm working on that video right now. But like, it doesn't seem bad in the sense of like, I hear it and it's actively bad in gameplay. I feel like if I listen to it on its own, maybe. Which normally when I listen to the soundtracks outside of the game is editing the videos. So we'll see by like the end of the week if I hold that opinion that it's not that bad. It's probably just the worst to like listen to on its own, is what I've kind of gathered so far. Yeah, these are the energy weapon ones. Increasing the damage is gonna be stupid. It's actually gonna be so dumb. There we go. I was like, where's the... Oh, because there's nothing down there. Wait a second. Where's the one that cuts... Does AC1 not have one of those? That cuts the energy consumption in half for energy weapons? Wait, that's the free one. Oh, accelerates lock-on time is great. That's why I remember that. So that's a really good option part. Yeah, it's not like a soundtrack that you would throw on and just like jam to, but like it fits the game. Anyway, it is 4 p.m. It is about that time. That was a good experience. I'm going to stream Gen 1 AC more. Well, mixed in with all the new stuff. Like I was saying earlier, like I've been doing Starfield and Liza P, because normally I stream like new games and I just keep up with like all the releases that way. So we have been doing like Liza P just came out, and Starfield I've been working through since that's been out. On Tuesday is Mortal Kombat. That's only 2 days away. Thursday is Payday 3. And then, like, next week is Cyberpunk. So I do have a lot to be streaming through, but I'll be mixing this in. I'll be sprinkling this in throughout. Feel free to stop by the other streams, too. If you enjoy just more general games, like, you can come hang out, even if you don't know much about them or anything. You know how I just talked about random shit for, like, the whole stream, and, like, I talked a lot about other games, too? It's always like that. So, feel free. Anyway... I hope you guys enjoyed. Wait, before you leave, hold on. In case you haven't seen them, because I got a surprising amount of new people here just from this stream. I'm going to link the review series in chat for people who haven't seen them. Playing every Armored Core game for the first time, reviewing them as I go. So I'm going to drop the playlist in chat for, if that's your sort of thing, there's like, I don't know how many hours, but probably like 2 to 3 hours or so of video of that so far, and I'm still working through it for the next few weeks. So check that out if that's your thing. Other than that, if you did enjoy and you haven't done so already, if you're new, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing, like I said, Starfield, Liza P, all that stuff. So come back. Also, if you enjoyed, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot with algorithm and stuff, so I appreciate it. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to anything outside of YouTube, feel free to check out links in the description. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, any of that you might be looking for. It's all down there if you need it. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you always back here next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. For people who watch the review series, last reminder, just before I go, the Formula Front video is going to be published tomorrow morning. It's 9 a.m. Central Time is when the videos get published on Monday mornings. So if you want to literally, like, schedule it, then there you go. That's when it will go public. But otherwise, just catch it at some point in the next few days. It'll be up. Yeah, other than that, have a good rest of your day. Hope to see you all back here next time. Goodbye.